Hello, testing, testing. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Can you guys hear me? Alrighty. We are going in with politics once again because I just found some really stupid shit that's just being very popular in the internet right now. So, அதை பற்றி நான் கொஞ்சம் பேசணும். அதுக்கப்புறம் அதை ஒரு வீடியோ ஆக்கி யூடியூப்ல போடணும். அதை பேசிட்டு அதுக்கப்புறம் வந்து நம்ம என்ன கேம் விளாட்லான்ட்டு to find what game is I'm gonna play next. Then we will figure that out. Alright. அந்த வீடியோவை தூக்குவோம். வரேன் இருங்க. இப்ப தலைவர் வந்து இப்ப ரீசெண்டா அண்மையில ஓகே. தமிழ்ல தமிழ் மக்களுக்கு தமிழ்ல ஃபுல்லா பேசுறதுக்கு முயற்சி பண்றேன் நானு. ஆ யோ லோகி! வெல்கம் டு தி ஸ்ட்ரீம். வி ஆர் கோனா டாக் அபௌட் சம் அரசியல். அரசியல் கட்ட பஞ்சாயத்து. உங்ககிட்ட ஒரு சின்ன கேள்வி. ஆர் யூ ஸ்டில் ஹியர்? லெட் மீ நோ. திராவிடமும் திராவிடமும் இப்ப புதுசா இப்ப ஒரு பஞ்சாயத்து கிளம்பிட்டு இருக்கு. திராவிடமும் தமிழகமும் ஒண்ணு கிடையாது. அது வேறு, இது வேறு. எப்படி திராவிடமும் தமிழும் ஒண்ணு கிடையாது. இது வேறு, அது வேறு. திராவிடத்துக்கு தமிழகம் எதிரி. தமிழகத்துக்கு திராவிடம் எதிரி. அப்படின்னு சொல்லிக்கிட்டு, இப்ப புதுசா ஒரு குரூப் ஆஃப் இப்ப ரீசெண்டா வந்த விஜய் பேட்டிய பார்த்துட்டு, ஒரு கிளம்பியிருக்கு. இத பத்தின உங்கள் கருத்து என்ன? திராவிடமும் தமிழர்களும் ஒண்ணா? அப்படி ஒண்ணு இல்லைன்னா, திராவிடம் யாரு? தமிழகம் யாரு? இது சீமான் தானே? ஆமா, ஆமா. சிவன் தான். சிவனே தான். அப்ப அப்ப திராவிடமும், தமிழகமும் ஒண்ணு கிடையாதுன்னா, அப்ப திராவிடம்னா என்ன? தமிழ்னா என்ன? ஏன்னா ஏன்னா இப்ப நான் என்ன நினைச்சுட்டு இருந்தேன்னா, இப்ப தமிழகமும், திராவிடமும் தமிழ்நாட்டுல இருக்கிறவன் திராவிடன். அதாவது வந்து ஆதி காலத்துல இருந்து இருக்கிறவன். அதனால தான் வந்து திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கட்சி, அதுக்கப்புறம் வந்து ஆதி திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகம்னு 2 கட்சி இருந்ததுக்கான காரணமே அதான். தமிழ்நாட்டுல இருந்து திராவிட மக்கள முன்னேற்றம்ன்றதுக்கு தான். அப்புறம் இவனோட புருஷா வந்து இப்ப தமிழ்நாட்டுல இருக்கிறவன் தமிழன். இவனுக்கு அவனுக்கு சம்மந்தமே இல்ல. அப்படின்ட்டு இப்ப புதுசா ஒரு பஞ்சாயத்து கிளப்பிட்டு இருக்கிறானுங்க இவனுங்க. ஏங்க அது ஒரு வீடியோ இருக்குது. அத பார்த்துட்டு அதுக்கப்புறம் நம்ம லைவ்ல பேசிட்டு, ஆ அதுக்கப்புறம் இத பத்தி நான் என்னுடைய கருத்த சொல்லலாம். அந்த மாரி வந்து எப்படி சொல்றது? ஊன்னு பேசிட்டு நீங்க இப்ப லேட்டஸ்ட்டா சீமான் ஸ்பீச்ச பார்த்தீங்களா? அவன் என்ன பேச்சு பேசுறாரு அவரு? மேடையில மேடையில ஏறி பேசுறதுக்கான ஒரு தரமான ஒரு இதுவே கிடையாது. எப்படி? அப்படியே வாய்க்கு வந்தத பேசுறது. லாரி நீ இந்த பக்கம் நில்லு, அந்த பக்கம் நில்லு. அது நடுவுல நின்னு லாரி அடிச்சு செத்து புடுவ. என்னா பேச்சு இது? ஒரு அரசியல் கட்சி, ஒரு மக்கள நீங்க வந்து ஒரு கூட்டமான மக்கள நீங்க வந்து எப்படி சொல்றது? ஒரு தலைவர் நீங்க. மேடையில நின்னு பேசுறீங்க. இந்த மாரி உட்கார்ந்து இந்த இந்த யூடியூப் ரீல்ஸ்ல பஞ்ச் விடுவாங்கல்ல. இந்த இந்த பஞ்ச் விட்டு பேசுவாங்கல்ல, பஞ்ச் டயலாக். அந்த மாரி பேசிட்டு இருக்கிறீங்க. என்ன நடக்குது? அதையும் அதையும் மக்கா உட்கார்ந்து கேட்டுன்னு கை தட்டின்னு இருக்குங்க. இந்த மக்கள்லாம் என்னைக்கு முன்னேறது? இந்த மாரி ஏமாறுற மக்கள் இருக்கிற வரைக்கும் ஏமாத்துக்காரங்க இருந்துகிட்டே தான் இருப்பாங்க. உட்கார்ந்து 2 தாட்டி உணர்ச்சி வசப்படமா பேசிட்டா, அப்படியே உடனே இவரு வந்து தலைவர் ஆயிடுவாரா? இவருக்கு எப்படி திட்டம்னா, இவரு என்ன பண்ண போறாரு? சீமான் வராரு. நான் சிஎம் ஆக போறேன். நான் பிளான் வச்சிருக்கிறேன். நான் எல்லாம் பண்ணி விடுவேன், கீச்சி போடுவேன்னு பேசுறாருல்ல. என்ன பண்ண போறீங்க? யாருக்கு பண்ண போறீங்க? தமிழ்நாட்டுக்கு பண்ண போறீங்களா? இல்ல ஈழத்துக்கு பண்ண போறீங்களா? எதுக்கு ஈழத்த நீங்க இழுக்குறீங்க? ஈழத்துக்கும் தமிழ்நாட்டுக்கும் என்ன சம்மந்தம்? இங்க இருக்கிறவனுங்க ஏதோ பண்ணலாமே! உட்காந்து இங்க இருக்கிறவனே செத்துக்கிட்டு இருக்கான். இந்த இப்ப வந்ததுல இந்த வெள்ளத்துல செத்துக்கிட்டு இருந்தான். அதுக்கப்புறம் இந்த கட்சிக்கு வந்து பேனர்ல வந்து ஒரு ஒரு பொம்பள மண்டைய போட்டது. இத இத ஒண்ணும் பண்ண முடியல. அங்க அங்க உட்காந்து அங்க செத்தவனுக்கு நான் இங்க இருந்துன்னு நான் கைட்ட போறேனா? எப்படி தெரியுமா இருக்குது? இது கதை எப்படி தெரியுமா இருக்குது? அதான் உழவுக்கு வராம இது இழவுக்கு வர கதை தான் இது. இங்க இருக்கிறவனுக்கு முதல்ல உதவி பண்ணுயா. இங்க இருக்கிற மக்களுடைய வாழ்க்கைய முன்னேற்றுயா. அத விட்டுட்டு அங்க அங்க நான் போய் அங்க நான் கைட்டிடுவேன். அங்க அங்க போய் கேட்டது இப்ப அங்க கத்து. ஈழத்துல போய் கத்து. இங்க எதுக்கு அவன கத்தின்னு இருக்கிற? நமக்கே சோறு இல்ல. இத பக்கத்துல கேட்டாதான் ஒரு ஆ கேள்வியா? ட்ரூ, ட்ரூ, ட்ரூ. அந்த மாரி உட்காந்து பேசிட்டு இருக்கிறாரு இவரு. அந்த வீடியோ இருங்க நான் காட்டுறேன் பாருங்க. அந்த வீடியோ கண்டுபிடிக்கணும். அது ஒரு ஹைலைட்ஸ் மாரி பண்ணியிருந்தாங்க. சீமான் ஸ்பீச். அங்க இப்ப பிரச்சனை என்னன்னா, அத ஒரு சின்ன ஷார்ட்ஸ் மாரி நான் வந்து போடுறேன். அது வந்து ஈஸியா மக்களுக்கு புரியிற மாரி. ஆ இப்ப இப்ப வந்து தகராறு என்னன்னா, தமிழகமும், திராவிடமும் ஒண்ணு கிடையாது. அப்படின்னு பேசிட்டு இருக்கிறாங்க. காரணம், நீங்க வந்து இந்த வந்து இப்படி கிளம்பி கிளம்பி பேசுறதுக்கான காரணம், 1 அவங்க விஜயினுடைய பேட்டி, அதாவது முழு மாநாட்ட பார்க்கல. 2வது பார்த்தாலும் அவங்களுக்கு புரியல. 3வது புரிஞ்சதுனாலயும் வேணும்னே இவனுங்க கிளப்பி விட்டு விஜயினுடைய பேர கெடுக்கிறதுக்காக பார்த்துட்டு இருக்காங்க. அவரு என்ன சொன்னாரு தெரியுமா? எல்லா மக்களும் சமம். நீ எந்த மதம் வழிபட்டாலும் சரி, எந்த ஒரு ஜாதியா இருந்தாலும் சரி, நீ தமிழகமா இருந்தாலும் பரவால்ல, திராவிடமா இருந்தாலும் பரவால்ல. நான் எல்லாரையும் என் 2 கண்கள் போல, நான் சமமா அவங்களுக்கு வந்து மரியாதை குடுப்பேன், மதிப்பேன்னு சொன்னாரு. அதுக்கப்புறம் அவரு ஒண்ணு சொன்னாரு என்ன தெரியுமா? பிளவுவாத அரசியல். அத நான் எதிர்த்து நான் சண்டை போடுவேன்னு சொன்னாரு. இப்ப நீங்க என்ன பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கீங்க? தமிழகம் தனி, திராவிடம் தனி. தமிழகம் வேறு, திராவிடம் வேறு. என்ன பண்ணியிருக்கீங்க? அவரு எக்ஸாக்ட்டா யார் எதிரின்னு சொன்னாரோ, பிளவுவாத அரசியல். அதையே திருப்பியும் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கீங்க நீங்க. தமிழகம் வந்து தனியா, திராவிடம் தனியா, அப்போ அப்ப ஈழம் என்னது? சிங்களம் என்னது? ஈழம் என்னது? ஈழம் என்னதுப்பா? ஈழம் தனியா? இந்த பஞ்சாயத்தே தேவையில்ல. தமிழ்நாட்டுல இருக்கிறவன் தமிழன். அவனுக்கு நீங்க என்ன பண்ண போறீங்க? அவ்வளவுதான். சும்மா உட்காந்து மாத்தி மாத்தி பிரிச்சு 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 தான் மண்ணு மக்கி மண்ணா போச்சு எல்லாம். திருப்பியும் நான் வந்து எல்லாரையும் பிரிக்க போறேன். தமிழகம் வந்து தமிழர்களுக்கு எதிரி எதிரி இப்ப புதுசா யாருக்கு யார் எதிரி? ஒரே எதிரி தமிழ்நாட்டு மக்களை பிரிக்கிற ஆளு, இந்த தனித்தனி பிரிவினையை பிரிக்கிற ஆள் தான் ஒரே எதிரி. ஆன்டி தமிழன் எவனா தமிழ்நாட்டு மக்களை ஒன்னா சேர விடாம திராவிடம் தனி, தமிழகம் தனி, தமிழகமும் திராவிடமும் எதிரின்னு சொல்லிட்டு ஒரு ஆள் தெரிஞ்சுட்டு இருக்கிறால, எவன் அது ஒரு ஆளோ பல ஆளோ எவன் தெரிஞ்சுக்கிட்டு இருந்தாலும் தமிழ் மக்களை பிரிக்கிறவன், தமிழ் மக்களை பிரிச்சு பேசுறவன் தமிழ்நாட்டுக்கு எதிரி. அவனை ஒழிக்கணும். அவனை விடவே கூடாது அரசியல்ல. என்ன நடந்ததுன்னே தெரியல. இப்ப வந்து திமுக வந்து சைடுல சீமானுக்கு பொட்டி கத்துச்சு போல இருக்குது. பொட்டி கத்து நீ கத்து, விஜய் வந்து தப்பு தப்பா பேசு. இந்த மேடை பேச்சுல தலைவர் கதை விடுறதுலாம் பாத்தீங்கன்னா, அவர் வந்து அந்த வேலுநாச்சியார் படத்தை இவரு வரைஞ்சாராம். வந்து அப்புறம் வேலுநாச்சியார் கதைக்கு பதிலா ஜான்சராணி கதையை சொன்னாருன்னு அவர் வேற ஒரு பதிவகத்துல பார்த்தேன். அது உண்மையே பண்ணியாருன்னு நீங்களே ரிசர்ச் பண்ணி தெரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க. எனக்கு அதை பத்தின கன்ஃபார்மான இது ப்ரூஃப் நான் பார்க்கல. ஆனா வந்து வேலுநாச்சியார் கதைன்ட்டு ஜான்சராணி கதையை தப்பா இவர் குழப்பி சொன்னாருன்னு கேள்விப்பட்டேன். அதுவும் இல்லாம மேடையில ஏறி நின்னு இந்த பக்கம் நில்ல, அந்த பக்கம் நில்ல, பஞ்சு டயலாக்ல நெஞ்சு டயலாக்ன்ட்டு பஞ்சு பஞ்சு டயலாக்ல நெஞ்சு டயலாக்ல பஞ்சு விட்டு சொல்றதே பஞ்ச் லைன்டாங்க. அதுல என்ன பஞ்சு டயலாக் எல்லாம் நெஞ்சு டயலாக் டயலாக் இது பஞ்சு டயலாக் இல்ல, நெஞ்சு டயலாக் இல்ல. இது நஞ்சு டயலாக். எல்லாம் நஞ்சு. விஷம். மக்கள கிளப்பி விட்டு, மக்கள வெளியேத்தி விட்டு, ஒரு அரசியல் பண்ணிக்கிட்டு, ஒரு ஒரு மனுஷன் தெரிஞ்சுட்டு இருக்காரு. ஐயோ! கொடுமடா. என்ன கேட்டீங்கன்னா, தமிழகம் இருக்கட்டும். தமிழ் மக்கள் அவ்வளோதான். இந்த திராவிடம், அதுக்கப்புறம் இந்த புதுசா வந்து இந்த வந்து எந்த ஒரு பிரிவினையுமே இருக்கக்கூடாது. திராவிடம்ன்றது இந்த 2 கட்சி இருக்குதுல்ல, நான் இப்ப ஓப்பனாவே சொல்றேன். அந்த திராவிடம்னு இருக்கிற எந்த கட்சியுமே பேர்ல கூட இல்லாம ஒழிஞ்சா தான் நம்ம தமிழ்நாட்டுக்கு விடுதலை. இல்லைன்னா நம்ம கடைசி வரைக்கும் இதே குண்டு சட்டியில குதிரை ஓட்டிக்கின்னு, இதே அதிமுக போனா திமுக, திமுக போனா அதிமுக, திமுகல இருக்கிற மக்களே கொஞ்சமாவது உங்களுக்கு அறிவு இருக்குதா? முதல்ல அப்பா வந்தாரு. அதுக்கப்புறம் ஒரு புள்ள வந்தாரு. இப்போ ஒரு புள்ள வந்து துணை முதலமைச்சர் அமைச்சரா இருக்கிறாரு. அந்த கட்சியில இருக்கிறவனுக்கு வெட்கமே இல்லையா? தலைமுறை தலைமுறையா உட்கார்ந்து அந்த சீன் போடுறதுக்கு உட்கார்ந்து இருக்கிறானுங்க. அதுவும் 3 தலைமுறை. 3 தலைமுறைனா சுமாரா 300 வருஷம் இல்ல. ஒரு மனுஷன் குறைஞ்சது 100 வருஷம் வாழ மாட்டான். வெள்ளைக்காரன் 300 வருஷம் ஆண்டான்னு மட்டும் கத்தின்னு இருக்கிறீங்களா? இப்ப 3 தலைமுறையா ஒரு கட்சி உட்கார்ந்துருக்குது தமிழ்நாட்டு மேல. அதுக்கு வந்து எதுவும் பேச மாட்டீங்களா நீங்க? உப்பு போட்டு சோறு தின்றீங்க. உங்களுக்கு சூடு சோறுன்னு இருந்ததுன்னா, இந்த வந்து வம்சாவாரி அரசியல் மயிர புடிங்கின்னு இருக்கிறோம்ல, அவன் கட்சிய விட்டு நீங்க வாங்க. நீங்க தனியா வந்து தோத்தீங்கன்னாலும் பரவால்ல. வெட்கமே இல்லாம போய் மன்னர் குல ஆட்சி மாரி அப்பா, மவன், இப்ப பேரன். என்னது இது? புத்தி இல்ல? அது எப்ப? அந்த இந்த அந்த அந்த கட்சியில அந்த இப்ப வந்த பேரன் நேத்து வந்தவன். ஒரு 4 படம் இத்து போன படத்த நடிச்சுப்புட்டு, ஒரு சண்டையும் கிடையாது, ஒரு புரட்சிகரமான படமும் கிடையாது, ஒரு மண்ணும் கிடையாது. உட்கார்ந்து மீன் போட்டுப்புட்டு, அவர் வந்து இப்ப சிஎம்ல நான் வந்து துணை முதலமைச்சரு, நான் உட்கார்ந்துக்கின்னு இருக்கிறேன். நீங்க நான் சொல்றதெல்லாம் கேட்கலன்னா என்ன இது? மக்களுக்கு சுத்தமா புத்தியே கிடையாது. இருங்க அது ஒரு ஸ்பீச் எடுக்கிறேன் பாருங்க. ஒரு ஒரு பெரிய மனுஷத்தனமா ஒரு வாழ்த்து. ஒரு ஒரு அரசியல்ல எத்தனை வருஷமா 13 வருஷம் நான் இருந்தேன்னு கத்தின்னு இருந்தீங்கல்ல, அதுக்கு ஒரு மரியாதையா பேசணுன்றது ஒரு இது கணக்கெல்லாம் கிடையாதா? அப்படியே வாய்க்கு வந்தத அடிச்சு விடுறது. இருங்க எங்க இருக்குது அந்த வீடியோ? பார்ப்போம். தமிழமோ, திராவிடமோ ஒண்ணும் கிடையாது. இது கிடையாது, அது கிடையாது. அவன் எதிரி, இவன் எதிரி. பதிவிறக்கத்த போய் முதல்ல விஜயினுடைய பதிவிறக்கத்தையும் பாருங்க. போயி விஜயினுடைய ஃபுல் மாநாட்டையும் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா, உங்களுக்கு நல்லா தெரியும். அவரு என்ன சொன்னாருன்ட்டு. அவர் ஒரே ஒரு இதுதான் கொள்கை தான் அவருக்கு. எல்லா மக்களும் சமம். நீ தமிழனாரு, திராவிடனாரு. அது என்னமோ புதுசா இப்போ புது ட்ரெண்டு. தமிழன் வேற, திராவிடம் வேற. அது என்னையிலருந்து? சரி, வேற வேற சரி. எனக்கு ஒரு கேள்வி. எவன் தமிழங்க? எவன் திராவிடன்? திராவிடன் எங்கருந்து வந்தான்? தமிழன்னா யாரு? எனக்கு ஒரு விளக்கம். சரியான விளக்கம். எனக்கு வேணும். ஏன்னா எனக்கு தெரிஞ்ச வரைக்கும் திராவிடம்ன்றது ஆதி காலத்துல இருந்து தமிழ்நாட்டுல இருக்கிறவங்க திராவிடன். தமிழகன்றதும் அதே கதை தான். தமிழ் பேசுறவன் அது தமிழன். இப்ப என்னமோ புதுசா 2 பேர் இந்த 2 பேருமே ஒரே ஆள் தான். ஒரே நாட்டுல தான் இருந்துக்கிறானுங்க வம்சாவாரியா. புதுசா என்னமோ 2 பேரும் தனிங்கிறீங்க. என்னதான் நடக்குது? என்ன அரசியல் இது? திருப்பியும் பிளவுவாத அரசியலு. அவர் தப்பு, அவர் பேசுனது தப்பு. நான் வந்து என்னது அண்ணனா இருந்தாலும் பரவால்ல, தம்பியா இருந்தாலும் பரவால்லன்னு கதை விட்டீங்களா? நான் எதிர்ப்பேன், என் எதிரின்ட்டு. அவரு விஜய் நல்ல மனுஷன். என்ன தெரியுமா பண்ணியிருக்காரு இன்னைக்கு? சீமான் பொறந்த நாளுக்கு வாழ்த்து சொல்லியிருக்காரு. இத பத்தின எந்த விதமான பேச்சுமே இல்லாம, சீமானுக்கு பிறந்தநாள் வாழ்த்து. இந்த மாரி ஒருத்தவர போய் திட்டு திட்டுன்னு திட்டிப்புட்டு விஜய் ஜாலியா பார்ட்டி. Oh, he made a new party, man. You didn't see it? அவர் புதுசா ஒரு கட்சி ஆரம்பிச்சிட்டாரு. தமிழக வெற்றி கழகம். வெற்றி கழகம். கழகம் தான் நினைக்கிறேன். பிறந்தநாள் வாழ்த்து. பாருங்க. இந்த மாரி பேசுறத விட்டுட்டு மேடையில நின்னுன்னு லாரி அடிச்சு செத்து போயிடுவ. பூ மூட்டை. இங்க இருக்கிற ஒரே கூமுட்டை யார் தெரியுமா? அந்த வீடியோவ ஃபுல்லா பார்க்காம, அர்த்தம் புரியாம, மேடையில ஏறி அப்படியே ஊன்னு சும்மா இந்த இது நான் எதுவும் மரியாதைக்குரிய பேச விரும்பல. ஆனா உங்களுக்கே தெரியும். சும்மா இந்த சீண்டி விட்டா ஒண்ணு வாழ் 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 வாழ்னுமே. அந்த மாரி ஏறி நின்னு கத்தின்னு இருக்கீங்க. என்னது இது? எங்க அந்த வீடியோ? இதானா? சும்மா உட்காருங்க. எங்க இதுல சேவ் பண்ண? ஒரு நிமிஷம். ம். காப்பி. ஆனா வந்து அரசியலுக்கு சில கருத்துக்கள்லாம் நான் சொல்லலாம். உங்களுக்கு வந்து உங்க உங்களுக்கு காசு இருந்ததுன்னா, நீங்க என்ன பண்ணணும்? இந்த டிவி சேனல் ஒண்ணு ஆரம்பிக்கணும். இப்ப இந்த சன் டிவி, கலைஞர் டிவி, ஜெயா டிவின்னு உங்களுக்கே தெரியும். சன் டிவி வந்து கருணாநிதி பேசிக்கலி, உதயநிதி ஸ்டாலின் அது கலாநிதி மாரி தான் எவனோ ஒருத்தன் வந்து சன் டிவி இது. சன் டிவி தான் வந்து விஜய் அது விஜய் டிவி வந்து விஜய்து கிடையாதுன்னு நெனைக்கிறேன். அதுவும் அதில நியூஸ் அவ்வளவா வராது. இவரு தந்தையும் வந்து நியூஸ் பேப்பர் இப்ப பாருங்க செய்தித்துறை எல்லாம் வந்து திமுக, அதிமுக கையில தான் இருக்குது. சன் டிவி, ஜெயா டிவி, கலைஞர் டிவி. பாருங்க எத்தன சேனல வந்து கண்ட்ரோல் பண்ணியிருக்காங்கன்ட்டு. அதுக்கப்புறம் வந்து இந்த இது நியூஸ் பேப்பரு. இந்த மாரி செய்தித்துறைகள் எல்லாத்தையும் நீங்க வந்து தலையிடணும். நீங்க என்ன பண்றீங்கன்றத வந்து எப்படி சொல்றது? மக்களுக்கு தெரியணும். அதுதான் இந்த 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 மீடியா, அந்த ஊடகத்துறையினுடைய மிகப்பெரிய வந்து சக்தியே தான். நீங்க வந்து அதெல்லாம் பண்ணீங்கன்னா, மக்களுக்கு நீங்க என்ன பண்றீங்கன்ற ஒரு அவேர்னஸ் கிடைக்கும். அதுக்கப்புறம் என்ன பண்ணலாம்? இந்த இணையதளத்தில வந்து பேசுறதும் நல்ல விஷயம் தான். ஆனா உட்கார்ந்து இந்த மாரி பேசின்னு இருந்தாலாம் வேலைக்கு ஆகாது. இங்கிலீஷ் மைட் பி ஹெல்ப். அந்த மொழி பிரச்சனை வந்து என்ன கேட்டீங்கன்னா, தமிழ்ல படிக்கிறவங்க படிக்கட்டும். தமிழ்ல படிக்கிறவங்களுக்கு முதலீடு முதலீடு குடுக்குறதுல பிரச்சனை இல்ல. ஆனா ஆங்கிலத்தில படிக்கிறவனுக்கு ஒண்ணும் கிடையாது. நீ ஓடிப்போ! அப்டின்னா என்ன கதை அது? மக்களுக்கு சுதந்திரம் வேணும் மொத காரணம். மக்களுக்கு சுதந்திரம். அவங்க என்ன வந்து படிக்கிறதுக்கு விரும்புறாங்களோ, அந்த சுதந்திரத்த குடுக்குற கவர்மெண்ட் தான் வந்து ஆ ப்ரீவியஸ் ஜெனரேஷன் கிவ் த ப்ளூ பிரிண்ட் ஃபார் தஞ்சை பெரியார் கோவில். தட் சாங்ஸ் குட். சுதந்திரம் என்ன படிக்க விரும்புறாங்களோ, அத படிக்க வைத்து, அதுக்கப்புறம் வந்து அதுக்கான இது வேலைவாய்ப்பு குடுத்தா தான் அது நல்ல விஷயம். மக்களுக்கு எந்த விதமா திருப்பி நான் இத தான் சொல்றேன். மக்களுக்கு எந்த விதமான வகையில இடையூறா இருக்கிற எந்த கட்சியும் ஜென்மத்துக்கும் அந்த முதல்வர் சீட்ல உட்கார முடியாது. மக்களுக்கு உதவிக்குரியமா இருக்கிற கட்சி மட்டும் தான் உருப்படும். அதுவும் மக்கள்ல இந்த ஒரு இன மக்களோ, ஒரு ஜாதி மக்களோ, ஒரு ஊர் மக்களோ கிடையாது. தமிழ்நாட்டு ஒட்டுமொத்த மக்களுக்கும் அப்பீல் பண்ற மாரி, அவங்களுடைய வாழ்க்கைக்கு முன்னேற்ற மாரியான கட்சி இனிய தேதிக்கும் இல்ல. அத முதல்ல நல்லா தெரிஞ்சுக்கங்க. நான் திராவிடன முன்னேற்றேன், நான் தமிழன முன்னேற்றேன், நான் இந்த ஈழத்துல இருக்கிறவன முன்னேற்றேன். எல்லாம் தனித்தனியா தான் அவன் 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 வேலைய மக்கள காப்பாத்துறதுக்கு அவன் நினைக்கிறான். ஒட்டுமொத்த மக்களுக்கும், தமிழ்நாட்டுல இருக்கிற மக்கள் எல்லாருக்கும் உதவி புரிகிற மாதிரியான எந்த கட்சி இருக்குது? எங்க இருக்குது? இப்ப வேற புதுசா ஒரு ட்ரெண்ட். திராவிடம் கிடையாது, தமிழங்க கிடையாது, 2 கிடையாது. 2ம் வேறு. புதுசா வேற பார்ப்போம். வீடியோ
அரசியல்
பார்ப்போம்.
களத்தில் தமிழக வெற்றி கழகத்தின் மாநாடு முடிந்த கையோடு விஜயையும் அவரது கொள்கையையும் கடுமையாக சாடி வந்த சீமானுக்கு வாழ்த்து சொல்லி அண்ணன் தம்பி என்றெல்லாம் கிடையாது, எதிரி எதிரிதான் என்று கடந்த சில தினங்களாக தன்னை விமர்சித்து வந்த சீமானுக்கு வாழ்த்துக்களை சொல்லி ட்விஸ்ட் கொடுத்துள்ளார் தமிழக வெற்றி.
எது பெரிய மனுஷனா? ஆள போய் சும்மா பேசிட்டு இருந்தா புரட்சி பண்ணிட முடியாது. மரியாதையா பேசுறவரு போய் இந்த பேச்சு பேசுறது பெரிய மனுஷத்தனமா? இல்ல வந்து வயசுல கம்மியா இருந்தும் வாழ்த்து சொல்றது
கழக
பெரிய
தலைவர்
மனுஷத்தனமா?
விஜய் கடந்த பிப்ரவரி
ஒரே
2ஆம்
மூவ்
தேதி
தான் பண்ணாரு.
கட்சி
ஆளு
தொடங்கிய
ஆளு
விஜய்க்கு
மேட்டர் க்ளோஸ்.
ஒவ்வொரு நகர்வுகளின் போதும் அன்பு இளவல், அன்பு தளபதி என்று உச்சி முகர்ந்து வாழ்த்து சொல்லி வந்தார் சீமான். அதிலும் குறிப்பாக கூட்டணி குறித்து தம்பிதான் முடிவெடுக்க வேண்டும் என்று கூறியவர், விஜய் என்னை எதிர்த்தே அரசியல் செய்தாலும் அவரை என்றும் நான் ஆதரிப்பேன் என்று அன்பை கொட்டி தீர்த்தார்.
பொய்.
மாநாட்டுக்கும்
சுத்த பொய்.
வாழ்த்து கூறினார் சீமான். அதன்படி 27ஆம் தேதி மாநாடு நடந்த நிலையில் விஜயின் மாநாட்டு உரையை பார்த்த பிறகு தனக்கும் விஜய்க்கும் கொள்கையில் முரண் உள்ளது, கூட்டணிக்கு வாய்ப்பு இல்லை என்று சாஃப்டாக கூறினார். தொடர்ந்து அடுத்து ஒரு சில நாட்களில் தமிழ்நாடு நாள் மேடையில் பேசிய அவர், விஜயுடையது கொள்கை அல்ல, கூமுட்டை, அதுவும் அழுகிய கூமுட்டை. ஒன்று சாலையில் இந்த பக்கம் நில்லு அல்லது அந்த பக்கம் நில்லு, நடுவில் நின்றால் லாரி அடித்து செத்து விடுவாய் என்று கடுமையாக விமர்சித்தார். திராவிடமும் தமிழ் இந்த மண்ணின் இரு கண்கள் என்று விஜய் பேசியதற்கு இவ்வாறாக எதிர்வினையாற்றினார் சீமான். அடுத்தடுத்த நாட்களில் விஜயை விமர்சித்து நாதக்க நிர்வாகிகள் எதிர்வினையாற்றி வருகின்றனர். இருப்பினும் தனது கட்சியின் செயற்குழு கூட்டத்தில் சீமான் உள்ளிட்ட யாரையும் தரம் தாழ்ந்து விமர்சிக்க வேண்டாம் என்று கூறினார் விஜய். அரசியல் களத்தில் தன்னை கடுமையாக விமர்சித்து வரும் சீமானுக்கு இன்று பிறந்தநாள் வாழ்த்து கூறி அன்பு மழையை பொழிந்துள்ளார் விஜய். எக்ஸ் தளத்தில் பதிவிட்ட அவர், நாம் தமிழர் கட்சியின் தலைமை ஒருங்கிணைப்பாளர் சகோதரர் திரு சீமான் அவர்களுக்கு இனிய பிறந்தநாள் நல்வாழ்த்துக்களை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன் என்று குறிப்பிட்டுள்ளார். முந்தைய பிறந்த நாள்களுக்கு தொலைபேசியில் தொடர்பு கொண்டு வாழ்த்து கூறிய விஜய் இன்றைய தினம் ட்விட்டரில் வாழ்த்து கூறியதோடு முடித்துள்ளார். இந்த நிலையில் தான் என்றுமே வெறுப்பு அரசியல் செய்ய மாட்டேன் என்று மாநாட்டில் அறிவித்தபடி தன்னை எதிர்த்தாலும் மாண்போடு தங்கள் தலைவர் வாழ்த்து கூறுவதாக சிலாகிக்கின்றனர் தாவேகாவினர்.
வெறுப்பு அரசியல், பிறவாத அரசியல், இது ஒண்ணுதான். இது தவிர வேற அரசியல் கிடையாது நம்ம ஊர்ல. அதான் நம்ம இப்ப இந்த கமல் ஒரு கட்சி ஆரம்பிச்சாரு, என்ன ஆச்சு அது? மேபி கமல் வந்து விஜய் கூட கூட்டணி வைக்கிறதுக்கு வாய்ப்பு இருக்கா? ஆனா வாய்ப்பு, 2 பேரும் கூட்டணி வச்சாங்கன்னா சூப்பரா இருக்கும். நான் விஜய் இருந்தா அதான் பண்ணுவேன். போய் கமல் கிட்ட போய், கமல் சார் மக்களை நல்லது பண்ணலாமா, வாங்க. அதான் பேச்சு. வந்து இந்த நான் வந்து சீட்டு பிடிக்க போறேன், நாட்டை பிடிக்க போறேன்றதெல்லாம் கதை கிடையாது. போன உடனே முதல் வார்த்தை, மக்களுக்கு நல்லது பண்ணும், என் கூட நிக்கிறீங்களா, அவ்வளவுதான். ஆமா இல்ல, முடிஞ்சது. அதை விட்டுட்டு இது நம்ம புதுசா சுத்தம் பைத்தியக்காரன் தானே, பைத்தியங்க. ஒரு காணொலியை ஒழுங்கா பாக்குறது இல்ல, அந்த மேடை பேச்சா ஃபுல்லா பார்த்ததே இல்லை போல இருக்குது. அதை பார்த்தாலே எல்லாருக்கும் தெளிவா புரியும் வந்து இது வந்து அவர் என்ன அர்த்தத்துல சொன்னாரு, எதுக்காக சொன்னாருன்றதெல்லாம் ஒண்ணுமே பார்க்காம அப்படியே வந்து கத்துறது, மேடையில கத்துறது, இல்லை இன்டர்நெட்ல கத்துறது. இல்லை like சிஎம் சேர் பாய், ஓகே ஓகே. ஐ டோன்ட் நோ, ஐ மீன் கமலா வந்து கட்சியில சேர்த்துட்டு அவர் துணை முதலமைச்சர் ஆக்க வேணாம். ஆனா அக்கடா நல்லா இருக்குமே, இந்த ராஜா படத்துலலாம் ஆக்குவாங்களே. ராஜா படத்துல வந்து ராஜாக்கு வந்து இந்த அமைச்சர் மாதிரி ஒரு பதவி கொடுக்கலாம்ல. யோ கேமிங் சோ தட் இஸ் குட். யா, அந்த மாதிரி மகனை துணை முதலமைச்சர் ஒரு கட்சி தெரியுங்கல்ல, அந்த மாதிரி இவர் பெரிய மனுஷன், ஆளுக்கு விஷயம் தெரிஞ்ச மனுஷன், அவரை துணை முதலமைச்சர்ல என்ன பிரச்சனை, என்ன தகுதி இருக்குது இந்த இப்ப இருக்கிற துணை முதலமைச்சருக்கு? என்ன தகுதி இருக்குது? என்ன பண்ணாரு அவரு? என்ன பண்ண போறாரு? அவருக்கான தகுதி என்னன்னா, அதுக்கு முன்னாடி இருக்கிற முதலமைச்சருக்கான மகன், அந்த ஒரே தகுதி தான் இருக்குது, தவிர வேற எந்த தகுதியும் இருக்கிற மாதிரி எனக்கு தெரியல. சினிமாலேயே அந்த அளவுக்கு வரும் பெருசா இது பண்ணல. அதெல்லாம் இந்த தாட்டி இங்க பாருங்க, தயவு செய்து இதுதான் என்னுடைய கருத்து. இந்த தாட்டி நீங்க திமுகவையோ அதிமுகவையோ ஜெயிக்க வச்சீங்கன்னு வச்சுங்க, இந்த 2026ல தமிழ்நாட்டை அப்படியே மண்ணை போட்டு மூடிடுங்க, அவ்வளவுதான். இதுக்கு மேலேயும் மக்களுக்கு உரைக்கல, சூடு சோறனை இல்ல, வைக்கவே இல்லாம போய் இந்த 2 கட்சி போட்டாங்கன்னு வச்சுக்கீங்க, தமிழ்நாட்டு கதை முடிஞ்சுது. அவ்வளோதான். ஏன்னா இதோட கடந்த 25 வருஷமா அந்த 2 கட்சி தானே இருக்குது. அந்த 2 கட்சி அந்த சேர விட்டு இறங்குனாலே ஒழிய நம்ம தமிழ்நாடு வெளிய வளம் கிடையாது. வேற ஒருத்தன் புதுசா ஒருத்தவன இறக்குங்க. அது யாரா இருந்தாலும் பரவால்ல. அது விஜயா இருக்கட்டும், கமலா இருக்கட்டும், ஆ வேற யார் இருக்கிறா? சும்மா உட்காந்து இன்னமும் நம்ம ஊர்ல ரூ. 1000 ஓட்டு வாங்கி காசு வாங்கிட்டு ஓட்டு போடுற பக்கம் இன்னும் இருக்குதுய்யா. இது என்னமோ புதுசா இது முடிஞ்ச கதைலாம் இல்ல. இன்னும் நடந்துன்னு தான் இருக்குது. ஓட்டுக்கு லஞ்சம் வாங்குற மக்கள் இன்னும் இருக்குது. அப்புறம் வந்து அதான் இந்த பிரச்சனை வந்து ஊடகத்துறை. இந்த திமுக, அதிமுக பண்ற பெரிய பிரச்சனை, நியூஸ் பேப்பரா கவர் பண்றாங்க. செய்தித்தாள கவர் பண்றாங்க. ஊடகத்துறை அதாவது வந்து இந்த டிவி சேனல கவர் பண்றாங்க. அவங்க எடுக்கிற நாடகம் பார்த்தீங்களா நீங்க? எப்படி இந்த மைண்ட் கண்ட்ரோல் மூளைய வந்து கண்ட்ரோல் பண்றாங்கன்னு உங்களுக்கு தெரியுமா? வீட்ல இருக்கிற பொம்பளாட்டிங்கலாம் வந்து இந்த நாடகத்த போட்டு அவங்க வந்து பொழப்ப கெடுத்து விடுறது. இந்த மாமியார் மருமக சண்டை, இந்த கழுத்து அறுக்கிறது, கூடவே இந்த குழி பறிக்கிறது, இந்த மாரி கதைய எழுதி விட்டுட்டு அவங்க வந்து டிஸ்ட்ராக்ட் பண்ணி விடுறது. அவங்கள வந்து மக்களுக்கு அவேர்னஸ் குடுக்குறதில்ல. இந்த இப்ப கடந்த 5 வருஷமா சன் டிவி, இந்த இந்த கலைஞர் டிவி நியூஸே பார்க்கறதில்ல. பாதி நேரம் அந்த நியூஸ்ல என்ன ஓடும்னா, பொதுவான செய்தியே ஓடாது. இந்த கட்சிக்காரன் என்ன பண்ணான்? அந்த கட்சிக்காரன் என்ன பண்ணான்? எந்த கட்சிக்காரன் எப்படி சொதப்புனான்? இந்த கட்சிக்காரன் வந்து யாருக்கு எத்தனை பேருக்கு எத்தனை ஆயிரம் குடுத்தான்? இதே தான் கணக்கு. வேற எந்த விதமான வந்து உருப்படியான ஒரு செய்தியும் கிடையாது. நியூஸ் செய்தி துறையில. நியூஸ் பேப்பர்லயும் அதே பிரச்சனை. செய்தித்தாள்லயும் அதே பிரச்சனை. எப்படி கண்ட்ரோல் பண்ணி வச்சுக்கிறாங்க பாருங்க. இப்ப மக்களுக்கு பொதுவான இப்ப தமிழக மக்களுக்கான பொதுவான ஒரு இது எதுன்னா, அதாவது கிடைக்கக்கூடிய ஒரு விஷயம். செய்தித்தாளு, அதுக்கப்புறம் வந்து டிவில வர நியூஸ். 2த்தையுமே இவங்க தான் கவர் பண்றாங்க. எப்படி மக்களுக்கு உண்மை தெரியும்? இதெல்லாம் பிளான்டு. இந்த ஏதோ ஒரு படத்துல வந்து இந்த ஒரு லூசு அரசியல்வாதி இருப்பான். அதுக்கப்புறம் பின்னாடி ஒரு மாஸ்டர் மைண்ட் இருப்பானுங்க. அந்த மாரி இந்த 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 நம்ம நாட்டிலேயே நடக்குது. அதுதான் உள்ளது தான் எடுக்குறானுங்க படத்துல. இது வந்து பெரிய ஒரு இது எப்படி சொல்றது? ஆட்சி இது நடந்துட்டு இருக்கு. இத வந்து தகர்க்கணும். இத வந்து மாற்றணும் அப்டின்னா, அது மக்கள் கையில தான் இருக்குதே தவிர, ஒரு தனி மனுஷன் நின்னு கத்திக்கிட்டு இருந்தா கத்திக்கினே இருக்க வேண்டியது தான். இவங்களுக்கு மக்களுக்கு விழிப்புணர்வு வந்து அவங்க எப்போ வந்து மூச்சிக்கிறாங்களோ, அப்பதான் இவங்களுக்கு சரி வரும். இதுல உங்க கருத்து என்ன? ஏதாவது கருத்து வேணும் சொல்றீங்களா? எத பத்தி பேசலாம்? ஏன்னா ஏதாவது கேம் கண்டுபிடிக்கலாம். ஆடியன்ஸ் கவுண்ட் யாரு? சோறு இல்ல இதுல பக்கத்து தட்டுல கவலையா? ட்ரூ, ட்ரூ, ட்ரூ. பக்கத்து தட்டுல ஒண்ணும் இல்லன்ட்டு நமக்கு கவல. அதுதான் இப்ப வந்து பிரச்சனையே. இந்த ஊடகத்துல வந்து இப்ப இந்த வலைதளத்துல வந்து பரவுற இந்த மிஸ் இன்ஃபர்மேஷன் பொய் தகவல் என்னன்னா, தமிழகம் வேற, திராவிடம் வேற அப்படின்ட்டு பிளவுவாத அரசியல திருப்பியும் பண்றாங்க. தமிழகம் வேற, திராவிடம் வேறலாம் கிடையாது. ஒட்டுமொத்தத்துல பொதுவான மக்கள் தமிழக மக்கள் தான். அவங்க எல்லாரும் ஒண்ணுன்னு சொன்னாரு விஜய். அத எதிர்க்கிறவனே எதிர்ப்பேன்னு சொன்னாரு விஜய். அது இவங்களுக்கு பொறுக்கல. பத்திக்கிட்டே எரியுது. அதான் மேட்டரு. இதான் அல்டிமேட். அதனால அது எப்படி போகுதுன்ட்டு தமிழர்களுடைய எதிர்காலம் உங்க கையில தான் இருக்குது. 2026ல ஒரு விடிவுகாலம் வருதான்னு பார்ப்போம். நீங்க அந்த வீடியோவ பார்ப்போம். ரியாக்ட் பண்ணலாமா? சீமான் ஸ்பீச். ஓ! டிவிகே மெம்பரா? நான் யார் மெம்பரும் கிடையாது. மக்களுக்கான மெம்பர். மக்கள் முன்னேற்றத்துக்கான மெம்பர். மக்களுடைய வாழ்க்கை நடைமுறை. போய் 1 கிலோ கத்திரிக்காய் வாங்குறீங்க, தக்காளி வாங்குறீங்க அப்படின்னா, அது ரூ. 70 விக்காம இருக்கிறதுக்கான மெம்பர் நானு. போய் 1 கிலோ ரேஷன்ல சர்க்கரை வாங்குறீங்க அப்படின்னா, அந்த சர்க்கரை ரூ. 20க்கு விக்கிற மெம்பர் நானு. அதுதான் நெனைக்கிறேன்.
புது தத்துவம் ஆயிடுச்சு. பயந்துட்டேன். திராவிடமும் தமிழ் தேசியமும் ஒண்ணு எங்க கண்ணு. ஐயா
அப்ப திராவிடம் யாரு? தமிழன் யாரு? யார் அவங்கலாம்? சரி, சரி இருக்கட்டும். தனித்தனியாவே இருக்கட்டும். அவங்கள பத்தி நாம எதுக்கு கவலை பண்ணோம்? யார் அவங்க? எங்க இருந்து வந்தாங்க? என்ன பண்ண போறாங்க?
இது எங்க அப்பா தமிழ் தேசிய அரசியல் பேராசன் நம்ம அப்பா மணியரசன்.
பொய் பொய் இதெல்லாம் பொய். நான் வந்து இந்த புரட்சி தலைவர் பேர்லாம் சொல்றாருல்ல, இதெல்லாம் சுத்த பொய்.
ஒன்னு சாம்பார் என்று சொல்லு, இல்ல கருவாட்டு
என்ன
குழம்பு என்று சொல்லு.
யாரு சொன்னது?
சாம்பார்னு சொல்லிட்டு இருக்காது.
அதான் யாரு சொன்னது? ப்ரூஃப் காட்டு நீங்க.
அது வேறு இது வேறு. இப்ப என்ன சொல்றாரு தெரியுமில்ல ஐயா? காட்டு பூனை நாட்டுக்கோழியும் ஒன்னா. இப்ப நேத்து இது என்னடா புது கதையா இருக்கு? காட்டு பூனையும் நாட்டுக்கோழியும் ஒன்னா. அது அவர் ஏன் ஒன்னா நினைச்சிட்டாருன்னா, அண்மையில வந்த படத்துல வில்லனும் கதாநாயகன் ஒரே ஆளா நடிச்சதுனால ரெண்டு ஒன்னா நினைச்சிட்டாரு. ஏன்னா
இந்த தவறான வந்து செய்திகள் பரவுறதுனால தான், வலைதளத்துல ரொம்ப தவறான செய்திகள் பரவுறதுனால தான் கொஞ்சம் உணர்ச்சி பட்டதுன்னு வச்சுக்கீங்களேன். மக்களை பயங்கரமா ஏமாத்துறாங்க, அநியாயத்தை ஏமாத்துறாங்க. அதான் பிரச்சனை. இப்ப புதுசா இது நம்ம புதுசா இப்ப திராவிடம் தனி தமிழகம் தனின்னு என்ன அர்த்தம்? அது என்னையா பண்ணின்னு இருக்கிறீங்க? என்னதான் நடக்குது?
போட்டதுனால திராவிடமும் வேணும், இதுவும் வேணும். இது ஏன் வேணும்? இது ஏன் வேணும்? தெரிஞ்சா சொல்ல மாட்டேமாப்பா. 75வது ஆண்டு பொன்விழா கொண்டாடுகிற ஒரு கட்சிக்கே திராவிடம்னா என்னன்னு தெரியல.
சாருக்கு மட்டும் நல்லா தெரியுமோ?
அதாவது யுவரானர், இப்ப என்ன செக்ஷன் இருக்கோ உங்களுக்கு தெரியாத செக்ஷன் இல்ல. அதுல அத பார்த்து உங்களுக்கு தெரியாதுல, அதுக்கு பார்த்து அதுக்கு மாதிரி ஏதோ பண்ணி விடுங்க. குறுக்க என்ன திராவிடம் ஓயாம கேள்வி கேட்கலப்பா. நான் ஒரு ரூட்டை பிடிச்சி 60-70 வருஷமா ஓட்டிக்கிட்டு இருக்கேன். நீ இங்க வாப்பா. அவரே சொல்லிட்டாரு கல்யாணம் தான் திராவிடம். திராவிடம் என்பது வேறு, தமிழ் தேசியம் என்பது வேறு. தமிழருக்கு திராவிடம் என்பது அயன்மை, தமிழருக்கு தமிழ் தேசியமே பொருந்தும் இயன்மை. தமிழமே
ஒரு மைன் வந்திருக்கும், ஒரு மைன் வர வேண்டிய வார்த்தை இயன்மைன்னு மாத்திட்டாரு. சரியான பிளவுவாதி. சீமானுக்கு பிறந்த நாள் பார்த்து அவ்வளவுதான். 30 நிமிஷம் 34 நிமிஷம் கத்திட்டேன். இதுதான் இப்போதைக்கு லேட்டஸ்ட் பஞ்சாயத்து. மக்களை ஏமாத்திட்டு இருக்கிறாங்க. பிளவுவாத அரசியல் திருப்பியும் கிளம்புது. தமிழகம் வேறு, திராவிடம் வேறுன்ட்டு. இதெல்லாம் நம்பாதீங்க. அவங்க என்ன கொள்கைகள் வச்சிருக்கிறாங்கன்னு பாருங்க. அந்த கொள்கைகள் உங்களுக்கு பிரயோஜனமா இருக்குதா, உங்க வாழ்க்கை முன்னேற்றமா இருக்குதான்னு பாருங்க. முன்னேற்றமா இருந்ததுன்னா நீங்க அவங்களுக்கு சப்போர்ட் பண்ணலாம். அவ்வளவுதான். இதுதான் என் ஒளி பதிவு. மீண்டும் ஏதாவது இப்போ இந்த மாதிரி கேடத்தனமான ஏதோ ஒரு கான்செப்டை வச்சுக்கிட்டு மக்களை ஏமாத்தாங்கன்னா திரும்பவும் நானும் கத்துவேன். அர்த்தமா கத்தணும், கேடத்தனமா டைலாக் விட்டுன்னு இருக்க கூடாது. I didn't even get lunch. I just want to talk about this as soon as possible. So I can actually மக்களுக்கு வந்து கொஞ்சம் எப்படி சொல்றது, ஒரு ஒரு விழிப்புணர்வு உண்டாக்கணுன்றதுக்காக தான் இப்போ உடனே நான் வந்து கத்தின்னு இருக்கிறேன். சோறு கூட தெரியல, போய் சாப்பிடணும். அது இது. I gotta eat. I'm hungry. அதோட உட்காந்து இந்த அரசியல விஞ்ஞானிகள் ஆராய்ச்சி பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. அது இது தப்பு, அது தப்பு. இவரு சொல்லியிருக்க கூடாது, அவரு சொல்லியிருக்க கூடாது. வெட்டி வெட்டி பசங்க வெட்டி பசங்க உட்காந்து கட்டா பஞ்சாயத்து பேசுறதுக்கு தான் லாயக்கு. இந்த டீக்கல்ல உட்காந்து இந்த இது வேலையில தவலாம் வந்து யூடியூப் சேனல் வச்சுன்னு இருக்கிறானுங்க இப்ப. இந்த டீக்கல்ல உட்காந்து பேசின்னு இருப்பானுங்களா, இந்த ரிட்டயர்மெண்ட் வாங்கிட்டு லூசு. ஆளுக்கு ஒண்ணும் தெரியாது. என்ன நடக்குதுன்னு தெரியாது. இந்த நியூஸ் பேப்பர் அந்த தினத்தந்தி இந்த திமுக நியூஸ் பேப்பர் படிச்சுப்புட்டு, அதுல வர செய்திகள உண்மைன்னு நம்பிக்கிட்டு, உட்காந்து கதை ஆழ்த்தணும் இருக்கிறது. Let's see if I can find a game. I don't know what I can play right now. Muka New Game Plus. I can uninstall the game. I have to reinstall it, and then that's a pain in the ass. I can watch some other bunch of videos and react to it or something. I don't know. I usually I pick a game before I even start streaming. Today I just immediately popped into the streaming. I don't have much ideas. Uh, let's see. Let's see. Is that a Genshin update? I could play Genshin. Ganshan. Can we play Ganshan? இறங்கி அடித்தார் சீமா என்ன தச்சாரு போயிட்டு New Game Plus. I kind of considering Disco Elysium. Maybe I could play that, but I'm not really sure right now. Let me see if I have Genshin. Is there a new update I can play? The story in that one is somewhat reasonable. I do still have that Dragon Age. Yeah, right? So that's the latest update. So we don't have an update. Okay. Yeah. Why tension, Alexa? There is a new game that came. Yo, Epic Game Store refresh with their free games. Go check it out and get the free game. Some of them are kind of dodgy, but still it's free. Free games are never hurt, right? I'm gonna get the free game right now. Alright, I'm gonna go get lunch, and then once I'm back, I will try to play something. Okay? We will see. We will see how it goes. Yo, do you guys see the new Ryzen processor, the X3D one, the 9000 series? That processor is kind of good, but it's still an 8-core processor though. I don't think it will be very useful for me. I need more than 8. Like the recent Dragon Age game I was playing, it was just no problem. It's using more than 8 cores. And then my CPU just starts sitting at 100% most of the time when I'm playing that game, which is insane if you think about it. I like to play a really good RPG. Do you guys know any good RPG that has a good story? You know, like a good RPG, good. Maybe Persona 3 remake sometime. And that game is expensive though. If it's on the sale or something, I might try it. Octopath Traveler, I haven't played that game. Would consider that. Hmm. Eleven hardest game that will make you cry. Let's see. I want to know what those damn hardest games are. That looks like Liza P. Give me a second. I'm gonna go get my food and then we can watch this. I'll probably finish it after before I'm done. And then we can play some Gummo. Gummo Gummo. Oh, there is a bunch of Asmongold video I can watch. Okay. I got content.
We all have played the popular open world games full of side content, but have you ever played the games that
Is
will
that
literally
Bloodborne?
make you cry
Oh god, I
their
gotta play that
difficulty
game.
level? You will be seeing death screen after death screen till you get better in the game. In this video, I have mentioned the 11 hardcore difficulty games that will give you an immersive, frustrative experience. I have also added some bonus games
fuck
towards
the
the
sequel.
end. Also, most of these
Fuck
games have
sequel.
sequels, so you will be seeing over 20 games in this
Yes.
video. Without further ado, click that subscribe button and also join
I
my
heard you were
Discord
going
for
to
more
eat.
gaming
Oh, I'm gonna eat while watching a
now,
video.
let's look at the first game on our list. Number 11, Neo series.
Multitasking. Neo. Oh god, fuck Neo.
We are
Janky
starting out
piece
this
of
list
shit.
with one of my favorite Souls-like game. Neo is a game that I still believe can be called an underrated game, because I don't usually see Neo getting a mention in YouTube videos. The game is really good and packed with highly difficult
played
areas,
the fucking
along with
game.
some cool boss designs. This is a game that is on the level of Dark Souls, but the areas are easy to navigate. The major problem I
On the level of Dark Souls, and the Dark
This is a
Souls
game
he
that is on
shows
the
is
level
Dark
of
Souls
Dark-
2. Look at this. It's on the level of Dark Souls, boys. Which Dark Souls? It's Dark Souls 2.
Souls, but the areas are easy to navigate. The major problem I faced while playing Dark Souls for the first time was not knowing where to go. Truthfully, Nioh is a series that is a must-play for every player who is into the Souls-like genre. The game contains Japanese elements such as shrines, area designs, castles, scenery, and much more. Low-key, you can say it's like Sekiro but less difficult. The series has two parts. You should start with the first part as it will introduce you to the game's mechanics
Sekiro
and will
and
make your
more
overall
difficult, what?
experience easier in the second installment. Honestly, the original is much easier than the sequel. Nioh 2 has an insane difficulty level and different playstyles. What I noticed is that the areas are densely packed with enemies in the sequel. I remember dying a few times in the initial hours. Nevertheless, both games are awesome and will provide you guys with an engaging hardcore difficulty experience. Nioh is a series that players have been sleeping on for a long time. If I go off topic for a few seconds, then I tell you that this is a game that I have so many great memories. I just loved playing another Souls-like game with a touch of Japanese features. The monsters are pretty great, and the area designs are
இந்த சீமான் பேச்சு பேசலாமா பேச்சு பார்க்கலாமா இல்ல இது பார்க்கலாமா என்ன பண்ணலாம் What's your idea, Loki? Wesley here?
perfect. Also, the storyline is
I'm not
well
sure.
made as it keeps
Oh,
the
I wanna
players
watch that
engaged.
too. There are so many
if you
videos
have
I gotta
played
watch.
almost every Souls-like game, then this will be a great time to try out Nioh series. Both games are available on all platforms.
I think Neo is worth the game, but it should be like $10 or something. I think it was $10 when I played it. I think for that price, yes. But the game has issues, man. The game is janky.
Number 10, Ghost Runner.
What do you like? Okay. Hey, what game
This
is
is a
that?
game that looks highly appealing when you first see the gameplay. The idea of playing the game in first person and slashing enemies is
Is it a
purely
ninja?
satisfying. I personally loved seeing the blood and slashing different parts of enemies. Ghost Runner showcases fast-paced hack and
Ghost
slash
Runner,
gameplay
okay.
that keeps the players hooked to their
That game
seats.
is hard?
I am recommending both parts as the second one improves upon the original in so many ways. The storyline is not something to look forward to, as games like these are only about some fast-paced action combat. You only need to feel the thrill of just running around slicing your way through enemies. I think at this point more and more players are getting to know about this game, which is a great thing, all thanks to the sequel. If we talk about an honest review, then I will say that almost half of you will quit the game after the first hour. It is quite difficult to complete each level. Somehow the enemy AI is designed in a way that accurately pinpoints your location and seems to kill you within seconds. However, once you get used to dying several times, that's when the game starts to become highly interesting, assuming you also have the patience to
It's
make
just
peace
aimbot
with
piece
dying
of
and
shit,
frustration.
okay.
If we take out the bosses
I
from
actually have
Souls-like
this
games,
game.
then Ghost Runner comes on top in terms of difficulty level. Ghost Runner is a series that is tailor-made for genre-specific fans. If you know about mechanics and if the gameplay suits your style, then you will surely appreciate this game. The sequel is also worth mentioning, as if you complete the original, it will act as a cherry on top, providing more slicing and free running. The game is available on multiple platforms, including PC.
Do the honors. It's,
Bike.
wow. Not what I...
Number 9, Metal Gear Rising.
Ooh.
one of Konami's best masterpieces. I see no reason why they didn't make a sequel. From beginning to end, Metal Gear Rising is all about hack and slash action combat. The soundtracks are icing on the cake. Slashing through enemies and destroying machines while listening to a cool soundtrack is an incredible feeling. I've mentioned in previous videos that the game is an unappreciated gem and many gamers are missing out on it. Metal Gear Rising will provide you with an incredible amount of excitement.
I think the
You
only
play as
Metal
Raiden,
Gear
a
I ever
robotic
played
ninja,
was
and
this
your
one,
primary goal
and it
is
was
to
quite
reach the
good.
ultimate boss while cutting through waves of enemies. Now, as simple as it sounds, believe me, it's much tougher. Metal Gear Rising has a reasonable amount of difficulty, which creates a sense of competitiveness because every time you die, you will feel the desire to improve and restart. Also, the last boss is quite difficult to take down. The guy has a large health bar
Oh,
and several
cool. Senator?
phases. Surely,
Oh,
it will
God,
take you
this
some
guy.
time to defeat him. I recommend that if you want an all-out thrilling experience with satisfying soundtracks and music, as well as a decent degree of action-packed fighting, look no further than Metal Gear Rising. The visuals also deserve attention, as the game
think this
frequently
game
shows
deserves a remake.
cinematic moments in which you slice through enemy hordes. Metal Gear Rising combines all of the essential features perfectly, providing players with an amazing experience. I just wish that soon we get an announcement regarding the sequel. Even though Rising is not what the Metal Gear series is known for, this standalone edition still provided one of finest fast-paced gaming experiences, and the sales were also pretty decent. Truly an underrated game that should be played by every hack and slash lover. The soundtracks and music take the game to the next level. Number 8, Bloodborne.
Bloodborne! Fucking never comes to the PC.
Only the OG ones will appreciate this game. In fact, I know that most of us haven't even played this game due to its unavailability on PC. I don't know when it's going to happen
Yeah, me
because at this
neither.
point it's just insane. We have already gotten so many PS exclusives on PC. How much time will it take before we get a PC port of the game? Also, it's 2024. I believe we should also get a sequel as it's been almost a decade. There is no reason for the developers not to make a sequel as the game is insanely popular. The sales will surely go off the roof. Bloodborne is a game
I
that
think
has
I will
its own
probably
fan
like
base
this
among
game.
the entire From
This looks
Software
cool.
games. The story and gameplay are the two finest things about this game. Everyone appreciates the storyline and how good it is. From all the other Souls-like games, Bloodborne is very different as it features a lot of gruesome and dark content. If you get easily stressed or scared, then this is not the game for you. However, if you enjoy dark atmospheric horror, immersive worlds, exploration, and extensive combat gameplay, then
Nice.
Bloodborne is an excellent game to play.
That's the first boss.
Now, just for a moment, if we put aside all the other Souls-like
Yeah.
games, the Bloodborne is an awesome standalone choice to dive into. The artistry in this game
I would
is
recommend
breathtaking.
Oolong.
You can spend your time simply exploring the map and getting stunned by the visuals.
Oolong or
Also,
Metaphor
it's a good
Fantasio.
feature that new players can just level up and get stronger, or if you want some thrill and excitement,
Oh,
then you
this
can
is
learn
RPG
enemy
now,
attack
right?
patterns and just keep on progressing further without worrying about your stats. Overall, Bloodborne is a worthwhile experience and a must-play game for everyone, especially for those who owns a PlayStation. Number 7, Lies of P.
Ooh. This game has a special place for me because this is the first ever game I learned to parry, and then I just mastered the parry in this game. And then from then on, I parried in every other Souls-like. Great game.
No matter what anyone
Hello,
says,
hard.
I will always recommend starting your journey with Lies of P if you plan on getting into Souls-like genre. This game is an all-out
Absolutely.
masterpiece. Usually, Souls-like games are not known for their storylines, but this changes
Fuck this boss fight though.
in Lies
Fuck
of
this
P.
boss
The game's
fight.
story is quite engaging and emotional. The game got my respect towards the ending. I was mesmerized after seeing how well written each character is and how they all hold an importance in the game rather than just being a normal NPC. Everyone needs to play Lies of P as it defines the Souls-like genre in a new, distinct way. Honestly, if I had played this game before Dark Souls, then it would have been my best Souls-like game ever. Lies of P is not just about difficult bosses, but it's rather an immersive experience that will take you through several different environments, each containing a specific type of enemies along with some medium bosses.
That's not a boss, that's a mini guy.
Now, I believe that the bosses in this game are quite easy compared to other Souls-like games. However, this could be
What?
because I have completed all other games. So, for all the newcomers
Bullshit. I think the boss that's as hard as something in Lies of P is most likely from Elden Ring.
Lies of P will prove to
None of the Dark Souls boss are this difficult, dude. Like, don't kid yourself. Dark Souls game is not difficult. The only difficult game that those guys came up with is Sekiro, Elden Ring, some of the bosses, and then Bloodborne
be
in one
quite
sense.
difficult to
I
give you
never
guys a
played
proper
Bloodborne.
understanding of what it means to play Souls-like games. Every NPC has their own backstory related to their issues and motivations. For me, the nicest aspect of Lies of P is its storyline. To summarize, you play as a puppet, and each lie you make in the game fills your heart with human feelings, eventually transforming you into a human capable of emotions and feelings. It's an incredibly wonderful story. You can choose to speak the truth in all scenarios, but the game drives you to make the appropriate decisions, which most of the time indicate that you should go with the truth option. Lies of P is also available on all platforms. Number 6, Dark Souls series.
Ooh, there we go, the OG.
The GOAT of Souls-like games, Dark Souls series is the pinnacle of difficulty for every new player. I remember quitting the game after a few hours because every area felt highly difficult and I kept getting lost. Truthfully, there comes a time in every third-person gamer where he plays Dark Souls and just exits because of the difficulty level. But it's what comes after that matters. Eventually, after a few months or years, you will pick up the game, and this time you get through every area and will kill every boss. From that point on, your journey starts as a hardcore From Software fan. I always say that Dark Souls is not just a game, it's a full-on immersive masterpiece. Now, let me tell you how you can start the game properly and which game you should play first. So, no matter what anyone says, your first pick should always be Dark Souls Remastered. It's gonna be a heck of a lot harder, but it's the best choice to feel the thrill and learn the mechanics. After you're done completing the first part, then the choice is yours. You can either play the second or the third part. I will still recommend
Dark Souls 1 is so good, dude. Like, Dark Souls 1 remastered, goddamn. Especially the level design that game has. Jesus.
playing it in the original order.
I think Dark Souls 2
Now,
is fine
there are
too.
already a lot of videos on
It's a
YouTube
good game. I actually had more
that will
fun
make your
playing this.
experience easier. Despite all that, the golden tips are running through your enemies, keeping track of all the items and your stamina. Also, most of the areas in the game are sort of optional, so you don't need to complete each area in the game, but I suggest that you should. Low-key, it's just the first few hours that feels difficult. Once you get past that, everything starts to make sense. In the end, whatever you do, just make sure to have a full-on awesome experience, as it's a one-time feeling. There are no other games capable of providing the same level of Dark Souls satisfaction. Number 5, Ninja Gaiden.
Ooh. I gotta play this game sometime, dude.
I really am not sure which game to consider as
I
the most
really
difficult one.
heard this
Almost
game
all
is
the Ninja
hard.
Gaiden games provides a standard level of difficulty. Now, I absolutely recommend playing this series in the chronological order for a more enhanced playthrough. Despite all the greatness that the series has, my most favorite will be that it's a ninja-style game. I am just so grateful that the developers made such a game in a ninja style. Fans like me who prefers ninja-themed games will definitely love this game. Sure, the graphics are outdated, but they will still provide a good enough experience. Also, the newest game in the series has
Man,
standard
as long as it
graphics
kicks
and
your ass,
visuals with a
it's
touch
not
of
a-
improved gameplay
it's enough.
mechanics. So, even if you don't like the older games, you still have an option to start playing the recent part. Honestly, this is also a series that deserves a new installment because it's been many years since the third
really?
part came out. It's gonna be awesome to see the new modern-gen Ninja Gaiden game with improved textures and visuals. I don't know what Team Ninja and Tecmo is thinking. They're making games like Rise of the Ronin, which to be honest is a stunning game, but they ruined it in so many ways. I was expecting it to be at the level of Ghost of Tsushima. So, isn't it the right time to make a sequel of Ninja Gaiden, or in fact Neo as well? Let's just hope that within that next 3 years we at least least get some announcements or release dates. Nevertheless, Ninja Gaiden will serve as a wonderful experience full of sci-fi, RPG, monsters, and much more. So, there's no reason to sleep on it. Get your copy and start playing the game. You can start with the most recent graphically well-made installment. Ninja Gaiden is available on PS4, PC, and Xbox. Number 4, Devil May Cry series.
I don't think this game is hard.
Everyone knows Dante, right? Devil May Cry is a fan-favorite gaming series because of its fast-paced hack-and-slash combat, and obviously Dante along with amazing cutscenes and storyline. I am including every single game in this list. However,
I wish the
I at least
comedy-
recommend playing the 3rd, 4th, and the 5th installment. In fact, the final part is a must-play for everyone and will also act as a prime choice for every newcomer. There is definitely a chronological order. However, you can choose to play only the 5th part as it is highly improved with awesome cutscenes and graphics. At this point, in 2024, I don't think anyone will decide to play the entire series from the first part. So, the recent 3 installments will provide enough content to make you understand what the Devil May Cry series is all about. My personal favorite is the 3rd and 5th installments.
I have been chosen to take the next step in evolution, to become something far more than just human.
Some may call the 3rd one a masterpiece, but I honestly had more fun in the 5th because it has more advanced textures and the cutscenes are mind-blowing. Also, we can't forget about the final fight between Dante and Virgil, which was a feast for the eyes. Even though I would love to see a new sequel, in my opinion, just like Uncharted series, the final installment
is a
in the Devil
bitch,
May
he
Cry
kicks your
series
ass.
acted as a perfect ending and a tribute. So, if we get a new sequel, then the series will become just like other repetitive games where studios are just squeezing money out of pockets. Nevertheless, the difficulty level of DMC is worth mention as the enemies are quite strong. The game puts you in several situations where you must face tons of enemies at once like literal hordes of creatures. Most of the parts are available on PC and PlayStation. Number 3,
Devil
Sifu.
hand. Oh, fuck this game, dude. Fuck this game.
This is a game that's gonna test your
I
gaming
hate this
skills.
game.
Sifu is all about clearing different stages and killing your enemies in a variety of awesome-looking martial arts movesets. It can take
God.
anything from 2 to 12 hours, depending on how quickly you grasp the game's concepts. Sifu is one of the best driven by action martial arts games of all time. I recall how much enjoyment I had as I progressed through each level. There are several positive aspects to this game, such as the fact that it offers diverse levels with various environments.
I think the
each with
story
a
is really good on this game.
new final boss. Sifu takes the cake in terms
The story and the time, how you just age. I think that is kind of cool.
of difficulty, providing players with the ideal combination of action, martial arts, and challenge to encourage a sense of competition. You may also discover shortcuts to save time and quickly reach the final boss. The good news is that even if you pass any stage, you'll quickly understand that you need to repeat it without dying. The game never lets you grow bored and promotes a competitive desire to improve and beat the game. Along with all of the pros and cons, the death mechanic is the most noteworthy. In Sifu, each death causes you to age. Now, as you grow older, you get more attack strength but also die quicker. You will always find yourself in trouble after passing every stage since you must avoid dying and keep your age under control, as there are 5 stages in all. Each level introduces fresh environments and
I
various
think I
types of
quit
enemies.
here.
From the first to
I
the
think I
last
quit here. Somewhere. I quit
mission,
halfway
your
through.
only goal is to defeat all enemies and make your way to the final boss.
I think the combat is a bit junky. Maybe I'm just not good at comboing or something, but god. Cool concept.
Number 2, Elden
Completely
Ring.
agree. Yeah, Elden Ring. Yeah, Loki, you said you were gonna play Elden Ring. What happened? When are you gonna play?
To be honest, as an experienced From Software player, I believe that players are over-exaggerating the difficulty level of Elden Ring, especially the newcomers. Honestly, the game released in 2022. At that time, a lot of creators or YouTubers played the game for the first time. It was their experience playing any From Software game for the first time. That's the reason a lot of us somehow believe that it's much harder, but it's easier than other games, especially Sekiro. Though it all comes down to the players. I am sure a lot of you will consider Elden Ring as the hardest, but
I don't think Sekiro. I think Sekiro is easier. I don't think Sekiro is harder than Elden Ring. Because in Sekiro, you just have to master one thing. You have to master your parry. That's it. In Elden Ring, it's kind of. Is it difficult? Yes, it's kind of difficult in a different sense, but I don't think I enjoyed the Sekiro more. That's the truth. Like Sekiro's combat, it's way more satisfying than Elden Ring.
the game is slightly more difficult than Medium. Now, let's see what the
For me,
DLC has in
personally.
store for us. Elden Ring is definitely the most beautiful From Software game I've
But
ever
it doesn't. When I played this game did not look this good at all. I ran that game on a 6700 XT. Is this like a HDR video or something? I think this could be a HDR video.
DLC has in
That game did not look like this when I
store
played
for
it.
us. Elden Ring is definitely the most beautiful From Software game I've ever played. I love the idea of just immersing in an open world and finding bosses scattered throughout the map. The game also gives you an option to quit the battle and try it again after becoming more experienced. I'm sure that I don't need to talk about the graphics as they are already at their peak. As for the storyline, it's the finest, although some players might say that the game doesn't have a story and it's only lore. Tell me about your favorite bosses from Elden Ring. I would love to get to know about your experiences. So,
What about
comment
Maggot?
down and share your favorite moments from the game. In the end, I will highly recommend playing this game as it's a new step in
I like Margate, Crucible Knight, Radan was kind of cool. Melania, I don't think so. Radagon was pretty badass. Resident X was pretty cool.
the Souls-like genre. The idea of an open world will forever be cherished as it provided us with a lot of awesome content.
World
Also,
is pretty
don't dive
cool.
into this game if it's your first time playing a From Software game. As I have said before, start your journey with Lies of P, as it's the best Souls-like game for every newcomer. And yeah, obviously, the game is available on all platforms.
Elden Ring is set here, in the lands between. This is a site of grace, acting as a place.
Before I reveal my number one pick, here are some honorable mentions.
Oh gosh,
Darkest
Stellar
Dungeon-
Blade.
Unfair Mario,
Unfair Mario.
a difficult game about climbing. Flappy Bird. Getting over it.
Man, I've seen so many people rage on this game, dude. People mild out when they play this.
Number 1, Sekiro.
Ooh, Sekiro is good. You can play that.
This is my all-time favorite From Software game. To this day, I have never felt the same amount of satisfaction that I got from Sekiro. The game is the peak
Absolutely.
of difficulty level. I don't think there are any downsides to this game. From gameplay to storyline, graphics to visuals, and combat to enemies. Everything in Sekiro is at
Oh
its
yeah,
best.
the
I
story in this game is pretty good. Like Sekiro's story is actually more coherent and you can understand it.
just love Shinobi or Ninja style games, and the developers provided us with an amazing gem
Pretty
that will
cool
forever be
game.
cherished as the greatest. Some of my favorite highlights are the bosses, the environments, combat, and the storyline. This is a game that tests how
My
good you
favorite
can
boss, there is only one guy, two guys. Torsei Ishin and then Genichiro. Both of them are good. Rest of them is questionable. Fuck the gorilla boss. Fuck
grasp
that
the
piece of
gameplay
shit.
mechanics. There's going to be a lot of depth if you don't get
Fuck
better.
that piece
Also,
of shit.
the Japanese elements are the best. Area designs, shrines, objects. There's just a lot of Japanese stuff in the game that complements the overall shinobi-style gameplay. Despite all this, Sekiro isn't for everyone. You may find the game boring
Oh
as
yeah,
there is no
brutally
open world
hard.
concept, and you will be surprised by the level of difficulty. I'm very sure it's not for people who
You-
have
you
never
will-
played
this
any
game is the most meaniest piece of shit of that get good bullshit. You gotta get good at this game. No matter what you do, that's the only way you can beat this. Beat this game, you have to be better at this. That's the only way. You cannot level up your HP bar means shit. I just collected all of the HP upgrades, and then I have like HP bar like this big when I was playing, and then I still got 2 shattered.
from software games before. The game is far more difficult than previous Shinobi games, including
Oh,
Elden
yeah.
Ring. Bloodborne is the only game that comes close to Sekiro. Personally, I think the Dark Souls series has more bizarre level designs that make it easy to get lost in and have problems finding your way around. This isn't the case in Sekiro. The game displays you clear paths and directs you where to go, but it's the enemies and boss battles where the problem gets real. The game's final
Oh,
boss
yeah.
is among the most powerful video game
This
bosses
area is beautiful, dude. This level is
ever.
amazing.
In the end, I just
Even though I fucking hated it because there is a piece of shit that's just standing over there, smites you with lightning.
want to say that Sekiro is the most
Every 2
beautiful game
seconds.
after Elden Ring, as the world seems much livelier. My favorite scenery was the one just before entering Fountainhead Palace.
Absolutely. Great level design. The graphics in this game is impressive. In this
Alright,
area.
this finishes our list of 10 hardcore difficulty games that will make you cry. All these games have an insane level of difficulty and addictiveness. I know that most of the games in this list are from software games. However, we all agree that these games always come on top whenever we mention difficult games. It's funny, but if you are someone who completed all these games, then you definitely deserve a reward, as it's such a big deal finishing all these games. Anyways, if you have made it this far, then please subscribe, as I am close to reaching 7,000 subscribers. So,
Nice.
click that subscribe
Good,
button,
good.
and I will see you in the next video.
Good for you. I think some of the games, I don't think Elden Ring, dash shows are hard. Dash shows are hard because people don't know
All I
where
have
to go and
seen
what to
with
get.
my own eyes.
Pretty
What-
much. You know? Mailgun is very bad review. Dragon Age is over. But that's like a 35-minute video though. Can I see that? Questionable.
lies on the horizon. Maker, help us all.
What the hell is even that? It's boring, it's bland, it's basic, it's predictable, it's dull. Several times I just walk away from my computer like, F it, I'll do something else. I can't be bothered doing this crap. The only way that you
Oh yeah,
could
I
enjoy
relate to
this-
that so much, dude. When I was playing this game, I was just falling asleep, and then what I did was just I watched a video about this kind of videos, and then bitched about how bad the game was, and then I was awake, and then I had more entertained. It's more entertaining to complain about this game than to play this game, dude.
is if you shut
was
off your
bad.
brain completely, not asking questions, not looking under the surface, don't
Yeah.
look behind the curtain, zero critical thinking skills. That's the target audience for this shit.
Oh, true. I mean, this is a very new video, so I'm gonna watch it later. Be like that. I'm gonna put it in my play. And some of the games I downloaded from the Steam, not installed, I can play them. I think. I'm feeling a bit dizzy. Should I just hop off and then come back later? I think I'll be fine.
It's been a pretty sad, depressing
See,
year for
is this
desktop
processor
CPUs.
good? This is
Zen
the
5
new
was cool,
fastest
literally,
processor
but
in the
not
world.
exciting. And then Core Ultra 200 was interesting, but unimpressive. Today, that changes. Behold, the blessing that AMD hath bestowed upon us, imbued with second-generation 3D V-Cache, higher clock speeds, and more power! The 9800X 3D somehow tops our gaming charts, and it runs cooler than the X3D chips that came before it.
Oh,
Heck.
nice.
That's not usually how that works at all. Is something wrong?
That's a good question. It seems like you never had enough energy these days.
Get a boost with our sponsor, EcoFlow. And check out their rapid magnetic power bank. It's got Qi2 wireless charging and the built-in cable. According to their testing, the iPhone 15 Pro charges to 50% in just 25 minutes.
You can learn more at the link in the video description.
Nice, interesting.
While the 7800X 3D came out a year after the 5800X 3D, it still used what AMD calls first generation 3D V-Cache. So sure, the new chip performed better than the old one, but the big selling point, the 3D V-Cache, wasn't all that different physically. AMD piled a bunch of extra cache on top of the chip, threw games at it, and then generously distributed high fives throughout the office. With the 9800X 3D though, we're getting something fresh. We're still getting the same number of cores, 8 cores with 2 threads each, and the same amount of cache, 96 megabytes of level 3 and 1 megabyte of level 2 per core, but they've gone and they've put all of that juicy 3D V-Cache below the core complex die.
Wait, what? So before in the X3D chips, the 3D cache will always be above the core. Now they put it below? Huh. Wait, the 3D V-Cache technology has been re-engineered to give direct cooler access to the processor cores. That's really pretty smart. Huh. Maybe it's just the technological limitation or something before, but before they couldn't do it. I think they wasn't able to put the cache below the processor because the hottest component of your chips are mostly your what do you call it? Your processor, right? Like the cores, but the cache was on top of it, so it just heated each other pretty bad. So this time they just put the cache below the chip, so the cooler just sits on top of the processor, and then it has a heat distribution evenly. Seems like they're cooking with this one. They're actually cooking. New X3D chips are cooking, dude. I think this will at least give you like 10 degrees lower temperature.
Which contains new
10 out of 5.
Zen 5 processing cores. This
Cool.
change allows for better complex die, which
Wait, let me see what else is. For the first time in X3D, overclocking is fully enabled. You can overclock this bitch? Alright.
all of that juicy 3D V-Cache below the core complex die, which contains new Zen 5 processing cores. This
That is actually kind of revolutionary, to be honest. You can overclock the freaking X3D
change
chip
allows
now?
for better cooling, which also seems to have allowed AMD to juice
That's
those cores a
insane.
little harder, resulting in a 200 megahertz uplift in boost clocks over last gen, and a surprising 500 megahertz increase to base clocks. Now, the official TDP has actually remained the same, but our 9800X3D is definitely sucking back more power, both in productivity and in games. And what's especially cool to suck more power.
How many
both
nanometers? So it got lower in nanometers. Look at that. TMC 5 nanometer and then TMC 4 nanometer. Oh,
in productivity and in games. And
IRA
what's
is still
especially
remains the
cool
same.
to some of you watching this video is that AMD has committed to finally unlock these chips, allowing overclocking. We're going to be looking at 4 different platforms today.
Hell yeah.
Intel 200 series, Intel 14th gen, AM4 for the savvy gamers who bought into that long-lived platform, and AMD's 9000 series non-X3D chips. We also threw in a Ryzen 3600X for anyone who's on a slightly older platform and is wondering if it's finally time. And you know what?
Absolutely,
It just
it's
might
finally
be.
time.
Do you like generational uplift? How do you like them generational uplift?
It was that single the cage differentiation makes a lot of freaking sense, you know. 484, 1%'s lows are like 20 FPS more. 1500 X3 is still up there. Eh, I mean, if you are in the X3D chip, it's not still worth the upgrade. Look at the difference between the X3D 5 or AM4. It's 390, and then you get 50 FPS more in 1% lows. It's not that big of a difference. It's 100 FPS, yes, but I mean, we already getting 400 FPS with the X3D, so who gives a fuck, right?
This jump in F123 at 1080p low, it's not quite as big as the leap from Zen 3 to Zen 4, with only about a 5% improvement in 1% lows and about 8% in averages. But for those of you who have been holding on to AM4, an upgrade is starting to look a lot more enticing. We're talking about
Not yet, not yet. If you have X3D, 5800 X3D, you should wait. Unless you are a really rich
a
person.
20% improvement.
I think this improvement, like, this should be like this. The safest way for you to upgrade this is like here to here. That would be good uplift in our performance. Like here to here. Look at the percentage difference. See?
In average FPS and 13% in lows compared to our 5800 X3D. Then there's Stellaris. Going from a sim time of 110 seconds on Zen 3 down to just 92 for Zen 4, that was good. Hitting 78 seconds on the new 9800 X3D, that's even better. There is some decent competition from the other Zen 5 chips.
What about
Our
the temps?
9700X isn't too far behind here, but now that we've got all of those IPC gains from the 9000 series alongside 3D V-Cache, the true gaming winner is clear. And things look dire for anyone who's trying to compete with AMD. In Shadow of the Tomb Raider, look at this. It's all AMD, all X3D at the top, with the newcomer breaking the 400 and 300 FPS barriers in averages and 1% lows respectively. There are other good options here. The 5800 X3D is still a great performer, and its value cannot be overstated, especially if you already have an AM4 motherboard. But they've gone end of life, so getting a deal on one might be a little harder in the short term. There are other options though, and we're going to talk about those a little bit later during our value analysis bit. For now, let's come back to game benchmarks, where Cyberpunk shows similar gains over every other chip, and Intel gets just demolished across multiple generations. I mean, I guess a little more gen-to-gen uplift would be nice to see for the 9800 X3D, but it's clear we're off to a bloody good start. And a bloody good continuation. Total War Warhammer 3 is yet another win. It isn't much better than the 9700X, but it is better. While we've got a few more games where the improvements for the 9800 X3D are certainly less impressive, there's decent improvements to 1% lows in Red Dead Redemption 2, particularly over the 5800 X3D, and while Rocket League doesn't seem to care much about 3D V-Cache, the 9800 X3D actually rocks in this game, crossing 800 frames per second in averages, which puts it right near the top of the list. But here's the thing. For CPU reviews, we test at 1080p low. This tells us which CPU is the best by removing any other system bottlenecks like the GPU. But it's kind of like comparing cars based on their top speeds. It's good to know, and a faster car is a faster car if that's what you want to spend your money on, but it's not necessarily representative of the daily driving experience for a typical user.
Yeah, it only has 8 goals, it's gonna suck.
So what happens with our X3D chips when we daily drive them, bumping up the resolution in the in-game settings? I mean, we've got a 4090 on the bench. We might want to use our 4090. And as it turns out, 1080p Ultra and Cyberpunk doesn't give us a huge reason to upgrade to this new CPU. All three of our processors perform well enough.
Oh, you can buy it and then it's gonna be future-proof. There is some tech Andy is gonna say that, right? It's not gonna be future-proof because in the future, the processor will have higher single-thread performance, where your AMD processor is gonna be shit at. So it's gonna not be a future proof. It's gonna be a future piece of shit.
And as we get more and more GPU bottlenecked through 1440p and 4K resolutions, it becomes harder and harder to justify. And yeah, I know, Cyberpunk, not the be all and end all. But out of the 4 games we tested at Ultra, Cyberpunk was actually the one that saw the most improvement. Black Myth Wukong set to Ultra is basically neck and neck across all 3 resolutions, and so is F123 with all 3 chips within a few FPS of each other. As for Red Dead Redemption 2, even at 1080p, there's really not a lot of justification for this upgrade if you like to make your games look pretty, which is all kind of a downer.
Yeah, it's not
I was
worth
pretty
it yet.
excited. But could be exciting for those folks out there who don't have a ton of money to upgrade to a new platform with DDR5. Speaking of, it's been a while since AM5 debuted, so for funsies, we tried some different memory kits to see if RAM speed is important on our new Ryzen 7, and it is, but not very. Faster memory resulted in more average FPS, 1% lows, or both on the 3 games we tested, but not by that much, with 6,800 megatransfers per second looking like the sweet spot for value. Coming back to legitimately compelling reasons to upgrade though, I want to talk about how much better thermals are on this new CPU. Both the 9800X
Yeah, this is the important part because I am expecting at least 10 degrees.
3D and the 7800X 3D are rated for 120 watts TDP, but only the new CPU actually draws anywhere near that amount in our testing. In Cinebench, last gen only draws about 82 watts on average while reaching 75 degrees Celsius.
Damn.
Our 9800X 3D, thanks to putting the Vcache below the CCD, is drawing up to the full 120 watts while running 7 degrees cooler on average.
Pretty close. Like I said, it's around 10. Depends. It's actually good. That's actually improvement. Like that degree is gonna be making your CPU throttle or not throttle. Great.
Now this testing was done with a 360mm AIO, but what is clear from looking at these numbers is that you could max this thing out with a modest tower cooler and never worry about thermal throttling. It's also going to be a dream for small form factor builders. And that carries through to gaming as well. In our F123 stress test, we're only using a few more watts on average, but we see another 8-degree drop. That is flipping wild, and it kills any interest that someone might have had in other CPUs that have been bragging about new lower temperatures. Actually, AMD's included. But what about the
But I still think they're gonna win in the single core performance. I'm not sure about that, but they do have multi-core and single core as well, you know. Intel has so many cores nowadays. Like for this, the same chip's price, you can get like 14 cores, 15 cores.
teeny tiny elephant
You know,
in the
something
room?
like that.
Let's talk about productivity. While many of you out
The only problem with this chip, in my opinion, is its Achilles heel. It's just its single core performance might be a bit lower, and the core count is lower, straight up. 8 cores is not enough
there
anymore.
are only interested in gaming. Many others enjoy computing in a different way. I want to take a closer look at the 9800X 3D compared to its 9000 series brethren. In Blender, it's a few seconds behind the 9700X and way ahead of last gen. Respectable. In Godot Compile, it now beats the 9700X, but is
I think I'm gonna
significantly
get Intel
behind
next
the
time.
higher tier AMD chips. Handbrake,
I don't wanna
same
get an
thing.
AMD.
Photoshop sees the only clear win for the 9800X 3D, but then Premiere, it's back just above the 9700X. PrimeSieve, okay, same thing. Y-Cruncher, I think we're sensing a bit of a pattern here. How about 7-Zip? Yep. Okay, Cinebench. Oh, this is something a little different. It beats the 9700X in multi-core and then loses by just 2 points in single core. Very cool. You know what's not the same thing, by the way? Our new commuter backpack from LTTstore.com. Same great tech-first design philosophy, I'm gonna reach it, 5 liters smaller. Sign up for a notification today. Anyway, the bottom line is, if you were looking at the 9700X as a solid, do-everything CPU, this launch might not change that much. I mean, sure, this is objectively the fastest gaming CPU on the market! And if you want the best of the best, this is it. But bear with me for a second here. At MSRP, the 9800X3D costs a whopping $230 reduce, or $150 more than the 9700X. And if you're spending almost $500 on your CPU alone, are you really gaming at 1080p? I'm not trying to shame anyone who is. Some of you are probably literally professional gamers and you've got your reasons. But for the folks who aren't trying to go pro, a decent 1440p gaming monitor is like $200 these days, and it's probably gonna do more for your enjoyment than a shiny new CPU that shaves a little bit off of your frame times. And even for the folks with aging systems, the 5800X3D, it's end of life, but you can still purchase a 5700X3D, which is only a little slower, brand new, for $200 at the time of filming. That means you could throw in a RAM upgrade, a 2TB M.2 SSD,
Yeah, this is the best build you can build right now. This is exactly what I have.
and a nice meal,
This
and you're
combo is
still
what
paying
exactly I
less than you
have.
would for this CPU alone. Now, there are other reasons to migrate to a new platform. PCIe Gen 5, for example. That might be a difference maker when NVIDIA's 50 series arrives in the next couple of months. But you should
Wait, it's gonna come in next couple of months?
choose based on what a purchase does for you today, not based on what it might do for you later. So don't get me wrong. The improvements that AMD has made here, especially when it comes to thermals with this second gen design, are awesome. I mean, it's refreshing to have something to be excited about for a change. And I'm sure these are gonna fly off the shelves as gamers make the move to AM5. We're gonna have all the CPUs we tested today linked in the description below. But with the pricing being what it is, I think it's worth taking a second look.
If you are a multitasker having like more than 2 monitors, I think you should probably look for something that is like a 9900X or a 9950X. Like the more cores is better for you. Multitasking, this sounds good, but as soon as you launch a AAA game on the side, it's gonna tank.
At the rest
It's gonna
of the
tank
9000
hard.
series, or even last gen if there are deals to be had.
Yeah, even this would be even better in terms of multitasking.
Either way, it looks like Team Red is gonna do just fine over the course of the next year. And after their last launch, I was a little worried that AMD might need to turn into a
The
different
best
kind
awareness
of
I can give you is just do not just see the FPS. FPS means not better performance. Maybe in games, if you run one game at one time, anything else you run on the side, it's going to tank. You need more multiple cores and then multiple single thread performance as well. You know, like multitasking means if you even have Epic Game Store, Steam, freaking Discord, browser on the side, OBS if you're streaming, WhatsApp, file manager. This is called multitasking, dude. Not just multitasking means you have like 100 tabs in Chrome. That's not multitasking. You automatically Windows itself is a multitasking thing or software. So you need more cores to deal with this bullshit. Like I have a 5700X 3D. I launched Dragon Age freaking Vanguard, and then my CPU just sat at 100. What do you call it? 100% all the time. Internet is failing? I think yes.
business with a whole new website.
Like the one I make for my dog workshop. In just a
It's
few
so
clicks,
fucked up.
you can turn your weird hobby into a real business too. Thanks to our sponsor, Squarespace. We've been using it for years for our own website.
lasting,
It's so
yes.
easy to get started. Even my dog can do it.
But Dennis, I can just code the website myself.
Can you? Squarespace has a tons of beautiful templates. And that's not all. It has everything you need for business, like invoicing, marketing, scheduling, and more.
And right now, you can get 10% off your first purchase at squarespace.com/LTT. If you guys enjoyed this video, hey, maybe you're the kind of person who roots for AMD's success, so why not go watch our Core Ultra 200 series review for more AMD success?
Red buzzer, get it? I was about to share a video.
You
want to
want to
build
build
a
a
sick
sick gaming
What is it about? Kinda tired though. Why good graphics don't matter? I think I can watch it tomorrow. Kind of running out of breath. I can't. I don't think I can talk much. Can you put it on my Discord? Are you in Discord? Oh, can't leave. I don't wanna. Okay, okay. Link it here. Link it in the chat. I don't think I got enough sleep. Man, my accent is insane on that one. Funny, can I post link? Yes, I think you should. You can. Do it. Do it. Oh, that's just a 10-minute video. I can watch it. Let's talk about graphics. Why graphics doesn't matter. Is that an ad?
There's always been an
There we
obsession
go.
with video game graphics ever since their inception.
Is that
And as
what's
years have passed,
spoken?
graphical
Oh,
technology
God.
has improved.
Unreal Engine 5 is ruining gaming. What a smart guy. What a smart guy this guy is. He exactly figured that out what the problem is.
As hardware has improved, naturally. And seeing the leaps in
That's his
graphics
recent
since the
video.
early 2000s has been nothing but amazing
Big
to
brain.
witness during my time as a gamer. But over the last decade, graphical improvements began to mean much less. Comparing games from 2023 to 2013,
Yeah, compared to PS3 to PS4, PS4 to PS5 is not that impressive, at least for
I
me.
often find that not just a
It
few,
is actually
but a
ruining.
lot of
Absolutely,
those
I
games
agree.
from before 2013 still look better than the ones released.
You guys sound
in the current
sarcastic?
year.
I agree.
Now, certainly there are
Unreal
some
Engine is
noticeable
fucking
improvements
garbage.
if you really focus on the textures and analyze the pixels when comparing a
Yeah.
modern game to one a decade old. But playing a game like Dishonored from 2012, or Bioshock Infinite from 2013, or even The Order 1886 from 2014, if you didn't know any better, you'd think these games were new releases. They just don't look as dated as you might think for being 10 years old. Yet despite the technology getting better since then, very
Yeah,
few
Witcher
games
3.
can top these games, or even match them visually. So why is this? Well, like all things, a
It
tool
was
is
so
only as
perfect.
good as the
Oh,
one
it's
who
a good
wields
looking
it.
game.
And when in the right
A good
hands,
story too.
modern game development tools can produce amazingly
This is a mod. Red Dead Redemption 2 did not
impressive
look like
results.
this.
But unfortunately,
It did not look like
so many
this. Come
studios have
on.
been putting out games that, while graphically are impressive due to their technology that they're built with,
The best example that I played recently, it just has the good graphics and then it's a piece of shit, was Dragon Age Veilguard. That game has amazing graphics, but the game is shit.
end up looking like utter dog shit.
Look
A
at
game like
that.
Forspoken has great graphics, but looks extremely generic and almost blinding in its visuals, in a very washed out and ugly sort of way. Immortals of Avium,
Yeah.
a game released just a few days ago running on Unreal Engine 5, is graphically outstanding, but looks like an Unreal Engine asset flip project, even though I know it isn't. The devs probably did work very hard on creating those assets, but it just doesn't come across that way.
I mean, it
And it
kinda
doesn't help
looks
that this
cool.
game in particular is so visually bloated. Like, I love fast-paced games, but I can't tell what the fuck is happening on screen here. The visibility is just
Yeah,
awful due
that's
to the
true.
graphical and artistic style they went for.
It's just a bullshit upscaling. It looks so
While I
grainy.
understand that realistic graphics sell to the casual audience, I'm always looking towards companies that have a more distinctive art style instead, even if it is more low poly. Some wrongfully ascribe this generic look of video games to the Unreal Engine itself, but just because a game is made in Unreal doesn't mean they have to look like this. I think Sea of Thieves is
I think that's true. The best example for that is the new Dragon Ball Z game. Dragon Ball Sparking Zero is actually made in Unreal Engine 5. Can you
a
even
great
believe
example
that?
of a game that takes advantage of the strengths that the Unreal Engine provides, and is a beautiful game in many regards. But it still has a distinctive
Yeah,
art
absolutely,
style
you
that
can make a
separates
better
it from
game.
a game like, say, Atomic Heart. It's not the engine, it's how it's being used.
It looks like it. Look at how grey it looks. It looks so
Like, say,
washed
Atomic
out.
Heart.
The color, the green doesn't even look green. The wood doesn't look like a wood color at all. Look at the pigs. It looks exactly the same.
not-
Same ESL. It's just colorless. It looks like you are colorblind. You know, you are kind of mildly colorblind when you're
The
looking
engine,
at this
it's
game.
how it's being used. Firewatch,
Look at
a
this.
game made in the Unity engine, is another example of a game that's a visual treat, yet is not what I would consider AAA graphics. And to get to the main point here, I'm a strong believer that graphics don't really matter. To some degree, sure, but we've reached a point in the last 10 years, and especially in current year, where graphics have mostly plateaued. So art style is everything. And the fact that games from 10 to 15 years ago still hold up really well today is a testament to how true that statement is.
Yeah,
Games
Bioshock,
like
I think
Rage
that's
from
Bioshock.
2011 or Stalker from 2006 still hold up incredibly well, and games like Fable or Dragon Age and Kingdoms of Amalur employ a timeless art style and visual style so they can be enjoyed for years to come. 2 years ago with the release of Elden Ring, there was some very strange rage bait online about Elden Ring having bad graphics.
The graphics are dog shit.
Are you sure about that?
The graphics are dog shit. The graphics are dog shit. The graphics are dog shit.
The graphics are
That took
dog
100
shit.
different games with an art style half as good as what FromSoft delivered.
That is the
before
worst
another
thing you
Atomic
could have
Heart
said about
or
that
Immortals
game,
of
dude.
Avium or Forspoken. And I do want to reiterate something I've mentioned in my past videos, and that's that these two things aren't mutually exclusive. You don't have to pick just one. A game can have both amazing graphics and an amazing art style, and even high visibility. I think games like Bioshock and Dishonored perfectly encapsulate that. But even games like Doom 2016 and Eternal are great looking games. And a trick I recently learned about Doom Eternal
yeah,
is that
Doom
the
is
lighting on the
amazing.
enemies are separate from the environment, so they are always lit and clearly visible, even in darker areas. This in turn makes the game look less cinematic or realistic, but is much better for the gameplay Doom serves, and even the art style. The game director Hugo Martin said that during development for Eternal, they had at first made the lighting come from the environment much like they did with Doom 2016. But in playtesting it felt really bad because oftentimes you couldn't clearly see what it was that got you killed. And with Eternal being a much more punishing game and more fast-paced than 2016,
I see.
visibility took precedent over realism. And I think what's really important to take
Mark.
away from that is visibility really matters in games. It isn't just Immortals that has this problem, it's a problem I and many others have with many different modern games. Now, I primarily play PC on a 27-inch
Gosh,
monitor like 4 feet from my face, yet oftentimes there are so many cases where it's almost impossible to see an enemy that's right in front of me. Why does it feel like everyone just blends into everything? Now, some might throw out the realism argument here again, and games going for a more military sim style or something like that should lean into the fact that it's hard to see enemies. And while I can understand that to a certain degree, seeing things in real life is much different than on a screen. Looking at a mountain range in real life versus a picture of that mountain range, your eyes can pick out much more things in person, whereas in a picture you're going to lose a lot of detail because you just have captured a 3D environment but on a 2D
Like
plane.
Ant-Man is
When
really
you
a
play
good
video
guy.
games, it's on a screen, which is essentially a picture.
I seen his latest
You aren't
video
going to be
about
able to see
the
the same things on
Elden
this
Ring brain
mountainside
rot,
in
and then I
Battlefield
stopped
2042
watching him.
compared to if you saw this mountain in
I haven't
person.
watched a single video
I think back to the
about Ant-Man
2008 to
yet.
2012 era of FPS games, and the
After
textures were a
that,
bit
bullshitty
lower
fool.
resolution, but the character models were often highly detailed, and it really made them stand out by having sharper objects on somewhat of a more blurry backdrop. This made it almost more akin to real life because your eyes can pick out an enemy a bit easier in those older games, especially at a distance. And funnily enough, you'll often see competitive FPS players cranking their graphics down in games in order to have a bit more of a competitive edge. And while I don't think every game should look like BattleBit, it's been a lot of fun playing that game and having long-ranged engagements in my gameplay. You can actually see enemies from afar, or see someone when they peek out from the side of a building. And it feels great to have some of that long-range gunplay in a Battlefield-style game again, like I did back in Bad Company 2.
Is that game popular? I'm not sure.
I think one of the best examples of art style being more important than graphics, though, is with the PS5 Demon's Souls remake. I think in every way except for graphics, the remake is worse than the original. The atmosphere is much diminished, the art direction became more generic looking, and both the enemy designs and environments have been
Really? I thought it looked pretty cool though. I don't know.
changed to go against the visual storytelling that the original did so successfully. And in turn, while Elden Ring doesn't have the graphical fidelity of the Demon's Souls remake, I think it's a far better looking...
True. Absolutely true. He's right. Elden Ring did not look as good as the Demon's Souls in PS5. Demon's Souls looks significantly better.
because of its incredibly strong art direction. Another example I've mentioned in the
Yeah.
past is about the Destiny franchise, where there are many instances where Destiny 1 looks better than Destiny 2. The art direction and lighting of the sequel leaves the game feeling a bit more plastic.
What's this weird lighting thing? Did you see that? There is like a weird red
than its
around
predecessor.
all of
And while
you.
there is definitely some incredible visuals inside of Destiny 2 areas, it's when comparing places inside both games that you can really start to notice just how big of a drop-off there is in the sequel. Several shots on the Cosmodrome or the moon are noticeably uglier, and even in the reprised raids like Kingsfall, great use of shadows and contrasting colors from the
They're not handling
original
it?
are now washed
Oh.
out and missing
I think Destiny 2 is a good FPS game. Too bad they fucked it up and then
detail in the sequel.
it's dog shit now.
Some-
As for gameplay and how well it was playing when you were playing online, that game played
Some of my favorite
pretty
games
well.
visually are ones that use an almost cartoon aesthetic, like Overwatch, which has a
I
very
like
Pixar-esque
Destiny.
look, or games like Kingdoms of Amalur, or the Fable games, or a
I
game
had a
like
cool
Alice
armor on
Madness
that game
Returns.
too.
These games all hold up incredibly well today. Their visual designs have stood the test of time and can be
I look
played
like a
today without
Diablo
feeling
demon.
too dated, due to the
Is that
strength of
game?
the art direction and atmospheric design. Now, some games have bad art style and bad graphics.
It's okay, New
and I think
DLC
Pokemon
was good.
Scarlet and
New
Violet are
DLC
a
was
pretty good
good.
example of that, both
Nice.
graphically and artistically.
Because the last DLC I saw, I think it was like the end game or some shit, and then it was dog shit.
They look like absolute shit.
Seems
And
like
that's
they
not the
fixed it.
Switch's fault. Sword and Shield on the Switch looks much better than Scarlet and Violet, and for some reason, the more 3D and open world the games have gotten, the worse the visuals and art direction. It's both unfortunate and confusing because a game like
Can we get a Pokemon game that doesn't look like garbage? Look at this.
Switch looks much better than Scarlet
This looks like a game from 2003 on an iPhone.
and Violet, and for some reason, the more 3D and open world the games have gotten,
This is the best you got with your billion-dollar company? A pixel art having more detail than your 3D model. Look at this. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Pokemon games look like
the worse
garbage.
the visuals and art direction. It's both unfortunate and confusing because a game like Xenoblade Chronicles 3, a game also on the Switch, looks pretty good given the hardware, and I was hoping Pokemon's visuals would at least be somewhere in that ballpark by now, especially since it's clearly possible.
Lightfall or dog shit. Yeah, that's the one I think.
Every time I hear a studio try to sell their game and their focus is on how cinematic or photorealistic it is,
I think in raids they should remove the party-wide bullshit. So I can actually play the raid,
I
you know?
usually just check out. The industry spends so much
I
time
never
trying to
played a
make
single
games
raid in
realistic
Destiny
without
2.
remembering that games should focus
I
more
played
on the
that game.
gameplay and its art
Partnership was
direction.
good. Ah,
It's like they
nice.
say, every time a game developer brags about how cinematic their game is, an angel loses its wings. I care much less about a world that looks ultra-realistic and more about a world that feels realistic, with a clear, cohesive art direction and world building through its environmental storytelling. And I think sometimes people confuse themselves into thinking a game that looks realistic is more immersive, but I think that has very little to do with making a game immersive. It's more about believability. Do the visuals, sound design,
I
music,
felt more immersive playing, what's that game? Metaphor Re Fantasy, and that was an anime game. You know? Metaphor Re Fantasy and then
and
Walking
tone of the
Dead.
game mesh well? If so, then that's all that's needed to immerse someone. Going back to Atomic Heart for a second, I think a big reason why it failed to immerse me is despite its impressive visuals graphically, the game's tone and art direction feels very generic, and it pales in comparison to Bioshock at every turn. And I make the comparison to Bioshock because obviously it was a very clear inspiration and is often compared to Bioshock, but in Atomic Heart, the Unreal Engine technology is all that's said in that game, because the story, the gameplay, and the atmosphere,
the best part about Atomic Heart right there.
in that game.
You see that? Right there. And
The
these two,
story,
of course.
the gameplay, and the atmosphere feels pretty uninspired, which is unfortunate. It's a game that otherwise could have been really interesting, if helmed and directed by the right talent. Sometimes I look at games from 2014 and 2015 and think that visuals peaked.
Dying Light, Batman. Batman looks phenomenally good. Batman Arkham Knight, goddamn. Even till today's graphics, I think it's holds up. I think Witcher 3 is also good. I know both I mean. I think they're the twins, right? Yeah, I know.
Back then. There's of course exceptions to that in recent years, but I think it's a bit wild
Yeah,
that
it can
Assassin's
smile.
Creed Unity
I don't think I would
2014
want to play that
somehow
game.
still has more striking visuals and lighting than the newer games. The Order 1886,
Maybe
despite
yes,
being
but
a
it's the
fairly
gameplay style is gonna
average
change
game,
it, but you
looks
can still get those
absolutely
guns.
amazing. Much better than a
Oh.
lot of Unreal Engine titles in recent years. Dying Light 1 looks more impressive than its sequel. Even Far Cry 4 has more attention to detail than Far Cry 5, with 4 having much more lively environments versus the more static ones of 5. Battlefield 1's destructibility and details beat out 2042, and it's not even close. Infamous Second Son, Arkham Knight. These games still outshine games 8 to 9 years later visually. The graphical technology and more high-res textures are doing a lot of the heavy lifting for modern AAA developers because somehow we keep seeing regressions in so many different areas over the years. It's not just the visuals, but the animations too, but I'll save that for another day. Environmental storytelling is the most effective way to tell a story and immerse us in a world. Humans are visual creatures, and exposition dumping is often a big turnoff. This doesn't mean that dialogue or even some exposition is a bad thing, far from it, but it's important to make sure that the visuals speak for themselves.
Why she was like
and
that,
the dialogue and
What happened? Is she
exposition
dead?
service the visuals,
Or she was an
rather than the other
experiment?
way around. I think a game like Firewatch does this almost perfectly, and I plan to cover that in a future video, so be sure to subscribe so you don't miss that one. Thank you guys for watching. Leave your thoughts on the discussion of art style versus graphics in the comments section, and I'll see you all in the next one.
Alright. He couldn't survive his husband's death. I see, I see. Main villain of the game is your hand? Oh yeah, you have. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Really heard good things about this game. I want to check it out. Let's go, let's go. It's a good game. If you played it, help me out. Is this game easy or hard? Not played it, but on my library, it used to get a genre to start with. Yeah. Maybe if I like this game, I might even play Baldur's Gate sometime. Extremely intelligent, bad with people. Most interesting packs comes with the original idea. A very psychological, magnetic personality, but unstable. Might begin to lose his mind. Goddamn. Wallace get to 3 to play this? I see. Extremely physical, interacts with the world through his body. Get things does, but dumb as a rock. Dumb as a rock. God. What about create your own? Should we go everything at average? I think I should go that. I'm a kind of a master of all things, but what's that? Learner of all things and master of none or something. Yeah, I'm that kind of person, so I'm gonna pick freaking everything 3. Hopefully it doesn't fuck me over after the game. What is this? Build raw intelligent power. Encyclopedia. All upon the navigate. Oh god, the perception. That sounds really good. Let me get used to this genre. I've been playing a game called The Last Epoch. Last feedback, isn't that like a ARPG? Action ARPG? I think I played that. I'm gonna go with perception. Damn, that looks nice. The Furies at home in mirror. Trust even the clearest water is deep enough to fall. Begin. Can I play this with the controller?
There is nothing.
Again.
Only warm primordial blackness. Your conscious ferments in it. No larger than a single grain of malt. You don't have to do anything anymore.
Okay.
Ever. Never, ever.
Simply keep on non-existing. That sounds like a bad ending. I don't want to pick that.
Never,
Never,
ever,
ever?
ever, baby.
Okay.
An inordinate amount of time passes. It is utterly void of struggle. No ex-wives are contained within it.
What was about the ex-wife
An
something?
awareness creeps up on you. A mass lies hidden in your dead angle, soaking in some lurid acidic sauce. It's bloated and shameful. A ball of meat surrounding you. This is a terrible line of questioning, and it will only lead to more awareness of the meat thing. Ex-love. Ex-tenderness. It is foolish of you to resurface to the loss. Not after all the damage you've suffered to get here. Some of it irreversible. Stay. Sail with me through the abyss of pelagic zone.
This is interesting. Actually enjoyed it just because of Baldur's Gate 3 episodes I was sponsored by them, so I had to play. Whoa. Nice. Extended as side west. It is foolish of you to resurface to loss. Which one I should pick? One or two? No. I want to get off now. I like pain and burning light. I don't want things from people who don't want to give them. Give them to me.
Do you really? You wouldn't like it if I told you what was back there. Why'd you think you had to bludgeon yourself into oblivion? Or did you not sense yourself marinating? Poured so much on yourself, got a bit carried away, did we, Chef?
Fear
Damn.
and apprehension. You should ask what's out there first.
I did this to myself? Brave idiot. I don't understand what is even happening to us. Are we dead?
Yes, your one disco mother. There's this giant ball there. And evil apes. And the evil apes are juking it out on the ball. You're one of them. It's basically just evil apes juking it out on a giant ball.
Oh, limbic system. What is limbic
Can't
system?
even make out it's a ball when you're joking it out. It's that large. You can't even make out it's a ball when you're joking it out. It's that large.
Okay, how small it
Infinitesimally
is?
small.
Keep hearing about what
Time
is
for
that?
resources. It's just a stupid expression you picked up somewhere. The part of the presentation you want to take home with you is this. You have to beat the other evil apes in the face, or you lose.
Yeah. Could I beat up the apes?
Yes,
That's sad.
it is. And you drowned in that sadness a long time ago.
What do you mean by
You're
drown?
lost.
Open your eyes. Okay. How do I interact with something? Someone tore out the tape while the song was playing. The tape still on, rolling empty. Or tap to highlight. Tap to highlight what? I see. Ah. How do I interact with the controller? Targeting interactables. I see. Doesn't come up right. Here is empty. Okay. Can I run faster or is this the max speed I got? How rank it smells here. They shouldn't have sent up for it. Fire beer liquors, okay.
You hear a jingle. Keys are clinking in the pocket of your flare-cut pants.
Oh, okay.
It says whirling in rags on the aluminium keyring. There is a single key on the ring. The number 1 is etched on it. It should open the door.
Okay.
This fan has 2 chain pull switches. One ends in a tiny fan, the other in a light bulb. A truly horrific necktie has somehow attached itself to one of the blades.
Always loses, always wins.
You reach out to grab the tie, but what's this? Diffuse radiating chest pain. doom comes over you.
Oh,
This
am I getting a
is
heart
bad.
attack?
Feels like sharp stones grinding in your chest and keeping you from moving.
Uh-oh.
For quite a long time. Still ongoing. Now is a good time to start worrying.
Oh.
Finally, the pressure recedes. You find yourself covered in cold sweat and trying not to move, hoping it will keep you from dying.
Oh.
The window stands broken in its frame. Cold wind blows in.
Hmm.
The shards face outward. Whatever broke this window came from the inside.
I see.
A fine web of scarring covers the back of your right hand, but none of it is recent.
What did this
More
then?
likely a projectile than a held object. There are no fragments on the floor from pulling a tool back in after impact.
Okay. More like a projectile than a head object. There is no fragments on the floor from pulling a tool back after. Wait, what am I doing? Assess the size of the impact.
Something you've done before. It is too large for a bullet, yet too small for a piece of furniture. You're looking for something heavy and larger than your fist. The single green shoe you found fits the hole almost as well as your foot. It would have also been heavy enough if thrown with force. Congratulations. You smashed the window with your own shoe. Now you only have one. If you're lucky, you could still find the other one on the balcony outside. The door to it should be outside your room.
Damn. Maybe it wasn't me?
Someone else took your shoe off and smashed the window with it?
Yeah. That's what I think. I should go and get
Cool
that
wind
shoe.
gushes in. Your toes curl up from the cold.
Okay.
This fan has two chain pull switches. One ends in a tiny fan, the other in a light bulb. The blades come squeaking to a halt. It should be easier to reach the tie now. You swoop up and catch the tie. Snap. It's released from the blade.
Okay.
What you have in your hand is a truly hideous necktie with 4 or 5 different patterns.
Okay.
The knot reminds you of a noose.
I see. Okay. Just got our tie back. Yo, Drago! This guy seems an amazing game. Yeah, it seems interesting. I'm just started just now. I'm wondering what's going on.
A mirror hangs above a bent and broken sink. In a fierce
Ooh.
discharge of masculine energy, someone has ripped half the faucet off. Hot water sprays from the base and steam covers the mirror. You cannot see yourself, just the outline of a man.
Okay.
Suddenly, you realize you have no memory of the face that awaits you there, underneath the soft vapor.
Really? Nothing?
Really, all recollection of the person you are, the people in your life, and even the world you're in has drowned in a sea of blood alcohol.
Yeah,
This was
blood
no mere
alcohol.
night of drinking. It was a deluge of world-ending proportions.
Ooh.
Really, all recollection of the person you are, the people in your life, and even the
It seems
world
like
you're
we
in
got
has
amnesia. We
drowned in
forgot
a sea of
everything.
blood alcohol. This was no mere night of drinking. It was a deluge of world-ending proportions. As you slowly reach your hand towards the surface of the mirror.
Okay.
Abort. You clearly have not thought this through. You won't like what you see there, and you will never unbecome it.
Ooh.
Yeah, there is definitely something wrong with it.
There's something wrong with it. Why? How bad it could
Where to
be.
even begin? There is the bloatedness, then the swollenness. It's like there's an upholstery of alcohol underneath your skin.
I am scared. Wipe the mirror now. I don't want to do this. Should I wipe the mirror and see what happens? I don't think it's gonna be that wrong, right?
Behold.
All right.
You have no idea who this thing is, do you?
Oh dear Lord. Dear Lord, help me. What is this? Some kind of superstar? I think I'm a superstar. This is the face of late stage. This is the face of a late stage alcoholic.
Too late. You clearly have rigor mortis on your face. Oh wait, is that an expression? Are you trying to make an expression with that face? Why?
I have no idea. It's just there.
Please stop. It's horrible. You're scaring yourself. Oh my
Okay.
God. You can't stop. It's like it's not even voluntary anymore. You have worn that grin into your face and now it won't come off.
It's a stuck
What
like
does it
that.
even mean? What is the emotion you're trying to convey?
God, I don't know. It's supposed to be look suggestive. I'm afraid it's meant for ladies. I'm insteady I'm very sympathetic. I think I'm spooling up to sad has been kind of way. There is some charge, an expression of pain. This game is amazing. What is happening? It feels like I'm talking to someone in the mid game trying to realize who I was. I'm gonna pick the corniest one. I think it's supposed to look suggestive. I'm afraid it's meant for ladies.
Please promise yourself you are not going to try it on any of the ladies, whatever happens.
Okay, fine, I will promise. This guy really doesn't want us to make that face, man.
You liar. You can't even tell the truth to yourself. Go ahead. Try something.
So you slow up expression, low chance. Let the mirror be for now.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face, adorned with the expression.
Okay, I don't think we are doing the mirror for now. Probably not a good idea. Seems like your Snake Six shoe is missing its partner. You should find it before you go venture into the wilds unknown. 2 shoes are better than 1. You need them again. Man. I cannot believe this question is engaging. When I'm literally finding one of my shoe. How do we open this? Oh. Now I am faster. Just have to sober up, I guess. That was locked.
Hello, officer.
51.
The young woman raises a cigarette to her lips. Her eyes are brown and her face is speckled with birthmarks. She can't be more than 28.
You wanna walking and leave?
No.
Why did you call me an officer?
Because you're a police officer, sir.
Are you sure? We are a cop?
I am, yes. Unless you've been feeding us a set of very well-rehearsed lies all this time. You've been here for 3 days. On official police business, no less.
I see.
Couldn't say. In truth, so far, mostly drinking.
Ah, okay. Why don't I remember being a cop? Who in the right mind would let me be an officer of law? Such as an eye expression on her. Let her know you want her physically. Oh shit, I know I'm gonna do that. And the low chance of 17%. I'm gonna take a massive L.
Of course. Be careful, officer. They don't like the police around here.
Okay. Continue.
Something stirs in you as she's about to go. Call it an instinct, a need. The need to ask questions. It's like you said the words a million times before.
Okay.
She looks back at you, a light glinting off her eyes.
Before I have questions for you. What if you don't want to ask his questions? What if I don't want to ask questions?
You're a cop, Harry. It is unnatural of you not to want to ask questions.
I see.
Yes.
Where am I? Your room is almost next to my. Did you hear something last
There
night?
was the usual ruckus. Loud disco music.
Do I have any visitors?
I couldn't say. It's impossible to hear people speaking from over here.
Tell me something else.
Oh, yes. Various artists. Ostentatious orchestration prime among them.
What if I name?
Oh, were huge where I come from. I was very young then, of course. Like 7. Life gets hard, but we go on.
Mostly just hard, doesn't it?
I don't know about that. At around 2 o'clock, the disco stopped, and there was a change of pace.
What
A
happened?
slow, sad song started playing, like organ music on repeat. That went on for quite a while. Some of the time, you were yelling along to it.
I see.
Yes, there was a church in there. A really small church. Like the smallest, saddest church in the whole world. It was about that. And also,
What
that
else?
it doesn't matter anymore and that we're alone now. It was difficult to tell. The song itself is very quiet and soft, but you sounded like a winded boar, sir. It was hard to understand what you were singing on top of it.
Then what
Then
happened?
you started screaming and trashed the place.
What did I do? Are you sure I wasn't being a person?
No, it didn't sound like there was a fight. It sounded like someone was trashing their room.
I see.
A window was smashed. The tape player, probably. The song stopped. And furniture, too. A real destructathon. There was screaming. Then I think you passed out.
Okay. Why did you tell me? Was there anything
There
else?
was. I think you screamed that you didn't want to be this type of animal anymore. I may have
Okay.
misheard, but it was sort of memorable. I went out afterwards. Everything was quiet by then, around 4 or 5. And that was it.
Hmm.
You're in a hostel, sir. We are in Revachol.
Hmm.
Revachol is the disgraced former capital of the world, divided into
Ooh.
zones of control under foreign occupation. Half a century after a failed world revolution, she is central to our moment in time.
You sure look like you're from Revachol. Revachol parties.
Hmm.
The dock workers are pretty cocky. They think they're police enough. At least here on the coast. I can't say about the rest of the city.
Hmm.
It's 51. The current century?
Eh?
Centuries don't have numbers. They have names. And this is the current one. Civilization has existed for 8,000 years, sir.
Ooh. Big grins.
Yeah?
Those words tell me something else. Feel like something you've said innumerable times before. Your mouth is
Okay.
the very shape of them.
Damn. Medium success. Inland Empire. What did it even mean? Is that the narrator is a god or something?
Glad to have been of assistance.
Okay, she just left. Oh. Oh, I found my shoe. Is that my shoe? There we go. Got him.
There they both are. Two identical shoes, both copiously green and indiscriminately snakeskin, reunited on your feet,
Okay.
like two baby crocodiles.
How do they fit?
Good, they're balanced, comfy. Feels like the only good thing about you right now, truth be told.
Yo, thanks, Dad. I like his voice. I like the narrator's voice. Put points into endurance. No 1 points.
You should pick that fat, juicy cigarette butt from the tray, light it up, and smoke the living shit out of it.
What? Am I a smoker? Oh my god! What was that?
The living shit. Your mesolimbic reward pathway does not mince words. It wants smokes.
Damn!
Who knows what you are? A monster, a murderer, the gnome of Jeroma? You feel like a smoker, especially when you look at that juicy, succulent, seductive cigarette stub, still smoldering deliciously.
Oh, what the fuck?
How very astute of you. This renders it ineffectual. You should look for a whole cigarette, or better yet, an entire pack. Strike that. A carton. Make sure they're all healthy and able-bodied. Then smoke them all.
Why this guy is bribing me to be a chain smoker? What's going on? I'll make it priority 1. I should not do that. And I will think about that. Should not do that.
Good. Thinking about yummy cigarettes in your mouth is the next best thing. Make sure you think about juicy sticks of tobacco all the time, though. It doesn't count if it's not all the time. And when you're done thinking about them, graduate to getting them. Plus, smoking them gives massive bonuses.
What kind of bonuses? Am I supposed to smoke cigarettes now?
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face, adorned with the expression.
I haven't leveled up yet. I will do it later. Once I am above 50, I will give it a shot. Why if smoking a pack of cigarettes became my objective, dude? What is going on? I think we did a mistake. Alright? We go to karaoke, make it to someone to
You
sing
should
to
totally
it.
sing
Okay.
karaoke here, the first chance you get. Your emotions need to be expressed. People need to know your vast oceanic soul.
Funny soul is modest, is normal size.
Utterly.
The soul is
And it
immense.
needs to be heard. Through a
Utterly.
PA system.
What's a PA
By other
system?
people. You should sing the sad small church song from that tape you found. Thought it was obvious.
Hmm.
No. Don't sing the happy song. It's stupid. Sing the sad song. It's profound. You
Okay.
would need another copy of the tape first, though. The one upstairs is destroyed. You should
see.
sing the sad small church song. Serves them right. Wipe that smirk off their face with your sad, tragic small church song. Who's laughing now? No one. You would need another copy of the tape first, though. The one upstairs is destroyed.
Okay. I don't think you're supposed to do every side question that guy gives you. Okay, we got a bunch of people. Let's talk to someone.
A bespectacled man in an orange bomber jacket is tapping his foot on the floor. Looks like he's waiting for someone. You.
Wait,
As
me?
you approach, he narrows his eyes and extends his hand in greeting. If an assault
Okay.
were launched on this building right now, if the windows came crashing down and the whole world descended upon you, this man would hurl himself in death's way to save you. You are sure
Why?
of this, but why? On the sleeve of his bomber jacket, as well as on its back, are the same enigmatic white rectangles as on your blazer.
I see.
He
Who's he
is your
doing?
half-brother.
Half brother? Okay.
Hello,
Take his hand.
I'm Kim Kitsuragi, Lieutenant, Precinct 57. You must be from the 41st.
Oh,
You
okay.
realize he's waiting for your name. This is your chance to come up with a really good name for yourself. Get creative. Conceptualize. Concentration makes you squint
Yes,
your
it worked.
eyes.
Let's
Your
go.
name should be deep gold and orange, like a forest fire looming on the horizon, but mixed with the stench of liquor rising from your breath. You're 2 steps closer to it, but there are still many to go.
Target time.
Okay then.
Process the information then
It
disregards
looks like
it.
we had a little scheduling error on Sunday. Saturday too, actually. Have you had time to talk to the manager here?
No, I haven't. The message you're talking with someone else. You mean that guy? That was.
Then we should ask him for a rundown of the area. Get me up to speed. I understand the scene is out back, right?
Okay.
It also wouldn't hurt to assure him the police are finally here. In full force, I mean. Have you mapped out the initial interviews?
What interviews? No, I have. Yes, I haven't. What interviews?
At the 57th, we like to prepare an initial list of persons of interest and then just skim the surface. Prepare the field, get to know the players. You don't do that? Maybe it's not an inter-district practice. Okay,
I haven't.
we'll have time for that after we take a look at the coroner's case.
Okay, Kronos
Have
keys.
you removed the dead body from the tree?
Dead body?
Mm-hmm.
No.
So the body is still in the tree.
This is the first time you detect a weariness in the lieutenant's voice. It is obvious he would have preferred for the body to no longer be in the tree.
Where it
see.
has been hanging for 7 days straight. We should go there as soon as we are done talking to the owner.
Hmm.
After you, officer.
If you're about to embark on an investigation, shouldn't you have a badge?
Pick your
You mean you
pockets.
don't have a badge?
I was an army when I
Losing
woke
your
up.
identification card is a serious matter. My vehicle has a shortwave. You can use it to report your badge missing. I advise you to try to locate it as quickly as possible, but getting the body down should still take precedence.
I see,
Lieutenant
okay.
Kitsuragi is now in your party. You can talk to him whenever by interacting with him.
Alright.
Yes?
Tell me about the keys.
What do you want to know? No, it's not a particularly mysterious case.
The lieutenant adjusts his collar. It doesn't look like he wants the case to be more mysterious.
Good.
I see.
A man in his late 20s with a thin, unimpressive beard notices you approaching. He drops the ledger he was holding and turns to the lieutenant.
Mr. Gart, right? You run this place.
Yes.
I am Kim Kitsuragi from Precinct 57. This is an inter-district investigation, so joining me from Precinct 41.
What is gold and orange? Okay, forest and personal like here. I'm currently in between names. Harbinger of Ruin.
Are you kidding me?
Tell me out what is it?
Right. Now, I know it took us a while to arrive at the scene. It also took you a while to call us and report the dead body. It was you who placed the call, yes?
No, I only just got here. It was probably Sylvie who called you. She usually works the bar here. I'm only temporarily taking over her duties.
Do you have her number?
As a matter of fact, I do.
You said you just got here. From where? Are you a local?
What, of Martinez? No. I live in Jamrock. I only sometimes come here to keep an eye on the place. This is just one of the many, many cafeterias I manage.
But you still know your way around, yes? In case we need directions.
Yes, I know where some things are, but as I said, I don't live here. I just used to work here. And I'm not going to start working here again, if that's what you think.
I didn't imply that. Detective. I have everything.
Yes.
You?
Yes, yes. He means, do you have questions for me, like a police officer would? Behind this building, there's a courtyard. They hoisted him up on a tree there. That's easy. See that door there? First you exit through that. Then to your right, you should see a big hole in the fence. A really big one. You can get to the courtyard through there. No need for the keys. The hole is big enough for the Franco-Nigerian cavalry to fit through. She went away because none of your business. Extra fine.
Let's go.
Not so fast. You owe me 130 real.
Why? I don't know why you should.
Oh, excuse me. You owe me 130 real.
The IIR, or Inter-Isolari Real, is the global reserve currency. Whatever part of the world you're in right now, it's safe to assume he means you owe him some money.
Wow, you're a genius. Yes, that's right, money. You owe this establishment 130 real.
How do I own this place, Mom?
Let's see. 3 nights at a tariff of 20 real comes to 60 real. Then there's the window you annihilated. The hole in the window was the first thing I saw when I came to work. So don't try to tell me you didn't. That will be 40 real in damages. Another thing you've annihilated is half the bar. You've run a tab of 30 real. Actually more, but we'll round it down to 30 for your hard work maintaining the stability and order of Revachol. That's 60 plus 40 plus 30 equals 130 real. And yes, real is still money. What are you, a philosopher? Money is what grown-up people use to pay for things. Things like this hostel room or 8 bottles of potent blend and 9 packs of Royal Extra. We use it for everything, really. Yes, it is. No, you see, that's 40 cents. Cents are a form of currency 100 times smaller than the real. I'm not even going to take this. Come back when you have 130 real.
He stands silently, looking at the coppers on the counter. Isn't it evil? The order of magnitude between what is asked of a person and what they have.
That's right.
It does, doesn't it?
There's a shuffle of nylon as Lieutenant Kitsuragi looks for something in the pockets of his orange bomber. That's cop 4. I haven't offered to pay because I don't have any money either.
I'm sorry, but he has to pay. I can't let him stay here any longer if he doesn't. If he doesn't have the money by tonight, then...
Officer, maybe you're better off working this from home for now. You live in Jamrock, right? It's not that far away. I'm sorry I couldn't help more. You should take this up with your station. I have a shortwave radio in my car, okay? We have to get this investigation started now.
Good luck.
By the way, where is home? The address is coming up blank, and this place sure isn't it. But you've been at this hostel cafeteria for only 3 nights. Where were you before? You had to be somewhere. You don't really know, do you?
Yeah, I don't know shit.
A vague, blackened image doesn't sound like somewhere you can stay if you run out of money.
Hobo. I don't live in a dumpster. I don't care. Fuck everything. Hobo cop. Ah.
You can try. Run some addresses in your head when you get the time. Maybe.
Hello, sweetie.
Wait, who's Sweetie?
Why, you are, officer. You're a handsome man, officer, with your mustache and your chiseled jaw and that silly dimple on your chin. You must forgive me. I'm getting so scatterbrained. I completely forgot to introduce myself. I'm Lena. My husband Morel and I are staying with our friend Gary just down the street, but I come here for tea when they're away.
This Lena is wacky enough for the Motley Crew. Hire her on the spot.
No. Sweetie needs money. Does Sweetie gets money?
Oh, sweetie, I heard your conversation with the manager about your financial troubles. When do you get your next paycheck?
Not good. Had it. Is
Your
it gonna
deportment
work?
remains dignified
Ooh, it worked.
as you shed a single manly tear.
Sweetie, I only have a few cents on me, but I could give you this to pawn. Just to tide you over.
Wonderful. He has a pin.
The pin is round and slightly tarnished. 3 sailboats in bas relief with the sun hovering over the water behind them. A chipped green banner at the bottom reads, San Baptiste, Summer 31, Dinghy Races.
Cross the plaza and follow the road along the coast. Down by the water, there'll be a shack nestled against an old stone facade. That's the pawn shop. An old friend of my husband's goes there often. He says the owner is quite helpful.
Items that can be pawned at Bird's Nest Roy's appear in your inventory under the Items tab. You can pawn these items when talking to Roy.
Alright. You see how they go good way they just implement the TTS so you can still be immersed in a sense? So you don't have to read an empty blob of text.
Oh, it's not an ancient family heirloom or anything, but I suppose it would be nice to get it back. Of course, dear.
someone died? I thought it was a murder. That is motor
Before
car?
you stands a motor carriage. The bodywork is covered in blue and white livery, bearing the number 57. Vapor emanates from the large engine on the back of the vehicle. It hasn't had time to cool off yet. This must be the infernal machine that tore you from oblivion.
What?
In the cabin, you are welcomed by a set of steering levers, a radio microphone on a hook, a pull-out toolbox under the seat, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge. A scent of leatherwork and heavy fuel oils washes over you. The frequency tableau lights up, and the green button labeled Prime Line glows like a feline eye. And then you hear something. The soft purr of electrical kittens, radio waves cast far and wide over the metropolis. A woman's voice greets you through the static.
This is Precinct 57. Hello, Lieutenant. How may I assist you?
Hello, Alice. Please assist our colleague from the 41st precinct here. I'm putting him on.
Operating the radio is easy. Just be confident. You've probably done it 1,000 times.
This is Officer Alice Demetri, Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Just a second, officer.
10-2, 10-5. This is 41st. Come in. Over.
A scrawny old man sits in a dusty cubicle, smoking, with a large white rectangle sewn on his vest. In front of him is a box-shaped apparatus with an array of wires and antennas. The radio switchboard.
10-4, what's your status? Over. 10-18, 10-20, over. 10-18, 10-20, over. State your message, sir. Over. 10-9, repeat message, over. 10-4, message received. This is a very serious situation. I need to 10-22 the captain, over.
Is it him? What does he want?
Says he lost his badge and needs to report it.
He what? He lost his badge? Who lost his badge? Dick fucking Mullen. Who do you think?
It's Officer Dick Mullen from the bestseller Dick Mullen and the Lost Identity.
Dick Mullen is not your name. It's the name of a fictional detective who would not lose his badge. Defend yourself. Immediately. They're laughing at you.
Gee. Ah. Officer lost his badge. Like I ever first captain this
He
place
says
is
this
bad.
has probably happened to other policemen before him and laughs sarcastically.
Oh god damn it. Is he fucking kidding? The whole station's gonna be dicked for this.
The light officer Vikmar is wondering if you might be joking and adds that this tarnishes the reputation of the entire station. Over.
Mullen dicked us.
He's asking you to stop, says this is serious.
Of course it's serious. He lost his fucking badge.
So the light officer Vikmar concurs, losing your badge is serious. Over. 10-4, I hear you, officer. I'm just going to make a note here that you are in pursuit of your misplaced badge. Over.
Fuck me. Mac, come here. You've got to hear this. Dick Mullen lost his badge.
What's going on?
Super Copy lost his badge.
He lost his what now? His badge. He lost his goddamn fucking badge.
The 9, come again. I didn't get that. Over.
New heights even for Captain Sober.
Ask him. Ask him if he's lost his gun, too.
Oh shit.
Sergeant Orson wants to know if you lost your gun too. Over.
I think we did.
Check your... Holy fuck. You don't know where it is, do you?
Oh my god, we are so fucking without belief. Oh my god.
It's gone. It's not fucking on you.
Stop looking at me.
10-9, come in, officer. Did you get my question? We were wondering about your gun. Over.
Lying over the phone? It's easy. Just say it like it's the truth. And then it becomes it.
He says he didn't.
Thank God for that. That would have been a nightmare. I don't even want to imagine the poor prick who has to relay that kind of news to the captain. Losing his badge is bad enough. Tell him to find it, and fast. We can't have some gangbanger running around with it.
We're all glad to hear you've not lost your gun, officer. You need further assistance? Over. Okay, 10-4, sir. I hear you. Relay your question.
Wait. Before you say anything stupid, think it through.
10-4, sir. I'm not hearing your question.
Excuse. You probably don't want to continue on this road.
Come again, sir. I didn't get that. 10-9, over.
What? What is it? He's still on the line?
He wants to verify the information on his badge.
But of course, it says Dick Mullen, High General of the Revacholian Cavalry Force. Tell him to stop wasting time.
What do you need, sir? Over. 10-9, repeat message. I didn't get that, sir. Over. Sir, I will not have you talk to me in this manner. Over.
What? What is it? What can he possibly still want from us?
He seems intoxicated and keeps asking me to call him by his name.
Mullen's drunk and emotionally aggressive. That's new.
Wrap it up. Don't indulge in his drunken antics.
Okay. Fair enough.
What? What is...
He wants to verify...
But of course. Tell him to stop.
What do you need, sir? Over. That's a negative, sir. I got a 10-12 here. Over. 10-4, well...
Does he actually want something, or is he hell-bent on disrupting our work?
He asked if he ever told me about his days before joining the RCN.
For God's sake, cut this shit out! Tell him to stop wasting time and be a goddamn policeman for a change.
This is so good, dude. I love this dialogue.
So, was there anything else? Understood, sir. Over. 10-4, I hear you. I don't have the authority to...
What does he want now?
He's asking for money.
Is he fucking kidding?
I don't think he is.
Don't give that asshole anything. He's just gonna drink it all.
Oh my god! Man, this is such. This is good. I love the dialogue here.
Over. He says it's important to the case.
He isn't getting a red cent. You can tell him that.
Request denied, sir. Over. He says he's in trouble. Doesn't have a place to sleep.
Well, I guess he'd better crack the case before sundown then.
Vigmar said... Anything else, sir? Over. Roger that. 10-10. Over and out.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Of course. What is the number, officer?
Yes, hold on. Her number is 005 1944 298.
Received. Hold on, officer.
Give it a minute. She might be busy at the moment. Takes a bit to get to the phone.
Officer, I have Sylvie Malaika on the line for you. Yes, hello?
Alright.
Oh, right. Hello, officer. What can I do for you?
There is no resentment in her tone. She wants you to ask her out. No question about it.
You mean, why did I leave the bar? Honestly, I'm not really comfortable discussing it with you, sir. Let's just say I left because I needed to get away from someone. You know who? Maybe, I don't know. I just know I have to take some time off right now. No, not me. No, sorry, I don't. Not a lot of people have phones around here. Copper thieves take the wires. People don't have the money to have the cables put in again. They use the Union's phone, or the one on the coast.
It was someone else. We'll find them sooner or later, officer. It just might take a while.
What? Of course it bothered me. But I thought the Union already knew about the courts. No one calls the police. The Union would get angry. You know, what the Union says goes. People listen to them and they take care of their own, which is like everyone here.
Legally, no. In reality, yes. Martinez is de facto policed by the Dock Workers Union.
Words are not necessary to feel the lieutenant's discontent for the situation.
didn't want to get in trouble with the others.
Push her further. Show her the error of her ways.
You do? Oh. What else can I do for you? Yeah, go on. Yes, I know who you are. You're a police officer. The law. You told me back in the whirling. You told everybody, and so does your badge. I don't need to hear about it anymore. Oh, no, I haven't, sorry.
Real policemen have uniforms too, by the way. Where's yours? He's in plain clothes, voluntarily. It's different from not knowing where your uniform is. There are officers who wear the signature Perseus black uniforms to the highest ranks in the RCM and end up buried in them as well. Others do it more casually. Looks like you're one of them.
Uniform? I never saw you in any uniform. You had your things on, the disco things. Please, no. Not this again. Everyone saw your cool gun, detective. You were trying to impress some people with it. Everyone was eating, and... you were waving it around in everyone's face, begging them to describe it. You said it calms you, and then you started making suicide jokes. It got pretty graphic. No idea. All I know is next you were waving around money instead. Saying
I think we are drunk and we really did some stupid shit.
Guns can't buy money, but money can always buy guns. It almost looked like you pawned it. But believe me, I did not ask. No, absolutely not. I do hope so.
Red buzzer.
Please, don't call me again. Bye.
No, she doesn't have a problem with you. It must be someone else she's angry about. Some other guy. Like Gart. You know women and their constant problems. Yak, yak, nag, nag. How's one supposed to get the love going like that? That's where you step in. You're Lieutenant Love, matchmaker extraordinaire. Help the poor girl out, lest she turns into a spinster. What misogyny? I'm just telling things the way they are. Can't a man be honest in his own head anymore?
Damn. Alright, they're going in hard with this
You have
dialogue.
to act, Lieutenant Love. You have to calm that hysteric down. Tell it you've got everything under control. Then go and have a little boys' talk with God himself. Think you can do that, Lieutenant Love? You're just a gimp. What? You want to be more empathetic?
Call was terminated by the other party. Anything else, officer? 57's over and out.
In the cabin, you see a set of steering levers, a radio on a hook, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge. A metallic drawer slides out from under the seat and clicks into place. The tools inside are neatly organized.
Take what you need, officer. It's going to be a long case. I'm not protective of my tools, like some men are.
He's clearly a little protective of his tools. But what can you do? Work is work.
Cyber, take the rubber. I think I don't need anything right now. If I need
The
something,
pull-out
I'll come and
toolbox
get it.
slides back into its nest.
Kuno's got this.
If there ever was such a thing as an ugly kid, then this is it. He's almost exquisite in his ugliness, like a gremlin.
Damn.
Oh yeah, Nappa Gumpy Kuno.
What?
Right in the dick, Kuno. Get him right in the dick.
Okay.
Love it in the dick.
The boy is sweating profusely. His eyes are like two black holes and his jaw is twitching as if trying to break free from the empire of his body.
Fuck that, Kuno. Yeah, right in the mouthhole.
Shits himself.
The rake, Kuno. You should throw the rake at him, Kuno.
The fuck does Kuno know what a rake is? Kuno's not a gardener.
You want me to do? I think it's...
We shouldn't do anything. I don't tempt such forces. You will see.
The
Fair
fuck
enough.
are you talking about?
He's calling us Kuno. He says we're fucking each other.
Oh my god, what's wrong with you, kid? Oh, look, I have questions for you.
Kuno, show me what you got. What you got there? What you got, huh? Show me what you got. Shitload pig. What's your question?
Don't tell the pig shit, Kuno.
If I were to want to waste my time, which I do not, I would ask them who he is, how he got there, and the usual.
Kuno's fuck imp. Kuno uses the fuck imp for target practice. Probably climbed. Kuno was busy down the road when that shit went down. You heard Kuno? Kuno wasn't even in Martinez. Kuno wasn't in Revachol. Kuno wasn't regional. I don't know. Some fucking... Mesk or I don't know. Some other place. Night City. Kuno was in fucking Night City. Kuno gives this info out on a need-to-know basis, and you don't need to know. Just a couple of pigs sniffing around in the dirt. That seems pretty fucking suspicious to Kuno.
Yeah, you tell the faggoty, Kuno.
You're testing Kuno's patience here.
Get lost,
Kuno's Kuno, pig? Yeah, Kuno's in a fucking gang. In a bang gang. Kuno bangs for Magie, bangs for Mazda, bangs for Revachol.
Watch out, Kuno! He's trying to fiddle you! He's gonna put his hands on you!
Okay.
Help!
Squealing.
It's not Kuno! Help! Rape!
What the fuck is happening?
Yeah?
What's
Get
going
out
on
of here
you?
before the Kuno beats the shit out of you.
Yeah, that's That's right. Drag your fat ass out of here, fat boy, before Kuno fucks you.
Bang! Got fucked by the Kuno. We alright? You wanna get fucked again? Come back.
Fucking moron.
This trash container is locked. The sliding lid has a padlock that says, whirling in rags. There's something in there, not necessarily connected to the case, but still. This trash container is locked. The body is downwind from here. Maybe you prefer the smell of garbage to the smell of death.
Trash, food waste from the cafeteria. They lock these containers to keep the derelicts from flocking in. Could be evidence too. What do you mean, feel? I agree. We should get someone from the remote viewers division here. All the detectives from all the precincts who experience extrasensory perception go to the remote viewers division. Their work is invaluable to the force. None, because they don't exist. There isn't, but we should still access this container. We could try using a pry bar. There's one in my motor carriage, or we could ask for a key from the manager of the Whirling in Rags. He probably has one.
Okay.
Yes?
There are several footprints in the mud, left by work boots. Anywhere from 6 to 12 pairs have walked here. Heavy workers' boots with reinforced toes and hobnails all over the yard. Isn't this something an industrial worker would wear?
Noted.
Despair creeps into you, getting fat on your weakness. Whatever noble intentions you once had as a police officer, you're still coming up with sentences. That's a step up from total annihilation, right?
Uh-oh, am I dead? Is this the game over for me?
Yes, it can be difficult to be on the receiving end of so much distrust and outright hatred.
Nothing you can say would make you feel any better now.
Uh-oh.
Cop gives up the detective genre for social realism. Another police officer resigned from the RCM following a nervous breakdown. He now lives under a bridge, drinking and occasionally throwing excrement at passers-by, shouting, "I never loved that woman." When asked to comment, former colleagues objected to the theory that his psychological disintegration was precipitated by his wife leaving him. "It's because the Furrows lost that match," said Captain Ptolemy Price, once the man's superior officer. "It's because he couldn't get a big gun from acquisitions, and anyway, police work really burns you out after a while," Satellite Officer Jean-Vic Mayer, the deranged former cop's partner, commented. Sergeant Mac Torson, another former colleague, did not propose any theories, merely saying, "Whatever happened to him wasn't about birds. He got fucked, that's all."
Holy shit, did I just ruin the game? God damn. It just immediately insta-gave me and then game over, dude, right there. I'm just done.
An old call box with a matrix of push buttons lists all the companies in the East Delta Commerce Center. You see a set of tire tracks in the brown slush that covers the plaza mosaic. Hard to say. Your vision is blurred and you're having difficulty concentrating thanks to your relentless hangover. Cop habit. You look at everything. This isn't case related, you think. An inconspicuous pile of the roofing material, Eternite. Because there's a secret door hidden behind the panels of Eternite. That's why they're too orderly. There it is. You see a shabby little door.
Alright.
What is this then? A tool shed? Let's investigate.
The corpse looks at you with bulging white eyes. The face around them does not look human. It's swollen and ready to burst. His lips are fish-like and his tongue like a ball gag in his mouth. You seem to be holding your breath. A cargo belt twists his neck at an unnatural angle. The body below appears stiff. It's letting out an ungodly rot. The smell seeps in even through your clenched nostrils.
Active decay. It's okay to throw up, officer. No one is judging.
He's about to blow! Cop's gonna blow, Kuno!
This trash container is locked. The sliding lid has a padlock that says, "Whirling in rags." There's something in there, not necessarily connected to the case, but still. There are several footprints in the mud, left by work boots. Anywhere from 6 to 12 pairs have walked here. Heavy workers' boots with reinforced toes and hobnails, all over the yard. Isn't this something an industrial worker would wear? There are several footprints in the mud, left by work boots. Anywhere from 6 to 12 pairs have walked here.
Noted.
I'm gonna check to the manager and then try to get the key. I wanna open that trash can.
Can I help you? What thing? What?
By the way, you should come back to this thing-based questionnaire if you see anything interesting in the whirling later. This trash container, the body is downwind from here. Maybe you prefer the smell of garbage to the smell of death.
Trash? Food waste from the cafeteria? They lock these containers to keep the derelicts from flocking in. What do you mean, feel? We could try using a pry bar. There's one in my motor carriage, or we could ask for a key from the manager of the Whirling in Rags. He probably has one.
Can I help you? Mine? No, it belongs to the Whirling in Rags.
Thank you for clearing that up. Why do you keep the container locked?
Why? To keep the hobos and drunks out. That's why. And the neighbors too. They put their trash there and they don't pay for the garbage company.
I thought as much. And are you the only party with access to the trash container?
Well, yes. Us and the garbage disposal company.
It seems a little callous, doesn't it? Something stirs in you. Prod at him and find out.
Callous? What are you, Kras Mazov? Almost all establishments in Revachol keep their trash locked. The Whirling in Rags is not special in that regard.
Krasmazov, nom de guerre, was an economist and a historical materialist. He was a leading figure on the Grad side of the Centennial Revolution, where he headed the 9-day government. Mazov is considered the father of scientific communism, Mazovian thought, or Mazovianism. He killed himself.
No
one was implying you were, officer. Where were we?
What do you need them for?
It concerns the case. Please cooperate.
Just bring them back once you're done, please.
Oh, there we go. Got the key. Going somewhere.
This trash container is locked. With a well-oiled crack, the lock pops open. It should now be possible to simply raise the lid. Don't. Maybe you shouldn't. There is, but you won't like it. Sweat forms on your brow. Your hand is still on the lid. The smell of rotten food rises to greet you. You see soggy cartons, dirty rags, and organic waste.
We're just in time. This hasn't been emptied for over a week.
You see milk and egg rest with one broken egg in it. Some pasta wrapper. Picking up the soggy packages somehow feels familiar. A box falls into pieces in your hands. Baptiste Soleil cereal. There are plastic pasta packages below, and turbo noodles. Nothing of note, however. Among the threadbare kitchen towels, something catches your eye. A pair of denim trousers. As the legs of the slime-covered jeans begin to unspool from the garbage, a rank corpse smell fills the air.
The victim's clothes? Cadaverine odor is faint. If these belong to the deceased, they were removed when he was still in the early stages of decay. Drop them in here, officer. Guitar marked blue jeans. Pockets empty or emptied. He wore them with a belt, too. A white belt. The loops appear stretched, but the belt is missing. That's it. Do you see anything else in there? I have another bag here.
Something slimy catches your eye. A drab, long-sleeved shirt, olive-colored, appears from the food waste, dripping with pus.
This is a military-type overgarment. No label or serial number. This is the kind of ribbed-knit shirt that's worn over light armor to conceal it in an urban scenario. Anything more?
The rest of the rags are just kitchen variety waste. A yellow old mug that catches your eye. But other than that...
All right. We should go to Gart again and ask if he knows who put the clothes in the trash. It could be as simple as someone from the hostel cleaning the yard. Or that one. I'd advise against confronting that force. Not really. All we know is the victim's clothes are in the trash, the lid was locked, and his establishment had the key. It's just a small loose thread.
The lieutenant nods, then looks back into the trash container. It's just organic waste, cold and slimy on your hands. Apple and potato peels, mostly. Unidentified sludge, and the occasional chicken bone thrown in for good measure. But hey, nothing. It's nothing. Nothing more to see here. What's this? A blue piece of plastic sticks out from the apple peels. It's shiny. Looks like the corner of something. Something larger. A clipboard. A blue plastic clipboard with moist papers hanging from it. They look badly damaged, but you can still make out forms and notes, written in a man's handwriting.
Officer, is that your paperwork? Yes, it is. Look. This plastic has the RCM street grid on it. You've even got an autopsy form. If you don't mind me asking, how did this get in the trash? Understood.
You pick out a broken mug with an oddly racist depiction of the Yellow Man frolicking in saffron.
What?
Only in its social sensibility.
You've acquired an interactable item. Investigate this item further by going to the Interact tab in your inventory.
The container sounds a muffled gong.
That's one thing off the list. I think we got it all. You said you didn't want to talk about the ledger. However, now that you have it back, it would not hurt to start taking notes on the case. Officially.
Oh, you can just put points into it. Okay.
It's just a racist mug. What's there to read here? Not much. Oh boy, here we go. What are you going to say about a broken, tossed-away mug that you dug out of the garbage?
It was a funny mug, you can't get enough laugh anymore.
Understood. You're that kind of detective. Why don't you get back to your case?
Man, I just love to make it piss off the freaking, what do you call it? The narrator.
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A pitiful cabbage of white and yellow papers hanging from plastic board, barely held together by a metal clip. This sad display is made complete by the faint smell of urinal cleaner. There's a piece of toilet paper, or is it cleaning tissue? No, it's toilet paper, desperately sticking to the back of the blue plastic clipboard. It's a metaphor for you. Below the pathetics, terror. Do not look into its blue heart. It's just toilet paper sticking to the back of the plastic clipboard. You can take it off if you want. Still wet, the toilet paper peels off the plastic easily. All you have to do is shake it off with your finger and voila! The ledger now looks marginally better. An aluminium block runs the width of the board, biting down on the paperwork. Its crocodile teeth are the only thing keeping the papers together. A regular pencil, the tip worn down to nothing, has been attached to the clip. The surface is interrupted by a silvery sticker. It's rectangular, sparkling with iridescence. You don't know how you didn't notice it before. Looks like an official mark, made to be low visibility outside the right circumstances.
What? That thing. It's a halogen watermark. We use it for adding information to RCM property. Any capable light with the right wavelength will do. All RCM vehicles have headlights designed to reveal halogen watermarks. Mine too.
This means you can read the watermarks if you just turn the lights on.
It depends. Aside from an anti-counterfeiting stamp, mine has my station number and address. The information varies by date of issue.
How many years you've been on the force, he's thinking. It'll have that.
Okay.
While a bunch of sodden papers sag from the clipboard in your hand, it's a sorry sight. They're not exactly white. They're yellowed in patches by sunlight and alcohol, and covered in dense blue handwriting. Ink escapes into watercolor patterns, reaching its tendrils across entire pages. The paper itself is checkered with faint red lines forming short paragraphs.
Thank you for coming by.
Once in a while, there's a red stamp that exclaims, "Case files commit to paper." The case files themselves are plenty. You count more than 100 sodden, crumpled up, earmarked pages falling apart in your hands. They appear to be sufficiently organized and extremely dense, if mostly illegible. Work, strife, poverty, the Jamrock Quarter. These are handwritten logs of investigations dating back to January 51.
Really long dialogues, I like it.
The exact number is hard to estimate due to missing pages and an odd naming convention.
Thank you for
But
the
there are
follow.
at least 20, maybe 30 cases undertaken, not completed, mind you. It's the middle of March. You have attempted 2 cases a week on average. There is, for precisely one more. 15 pages near the end remain untouched by the damage. The checkered grid forms a structure of passages, breaking the case into subtasks to accomplish.
Yo, I think it's a summons, what do you got it? Summon to YouTube, thank you. I don't know why it pops on my OBS lately. Coming to the
Sadly,
pepper.
the ledger only comes with an old, worn-down lead pencil. It's unfitting of this monumental event.
I see.
The lieutenant looks at his blue notebook. 2 fat, shiny pens hang from the binder, like large caliber bullets on an ammo belt. He is not really saying anything, just standing there, looking at them.
Know that I give this to you with resentment.
Damn.
The tasks you've completed flow out of the blue oblong pen in a brash freehand uncannily similar to the rest of the letters. The wording comes easily. It's almost robotically simple. A language developed for mental rigor and simplicity. Inspect the victim's body. Interview the cafeteria manager. It's not exactly poetry, but poetry would be out of place. A satisfying slash sounds across the paper. You're done, it seems to say. And you, and you. Things to be done and things already done. The composition of reality. This is an extremely useful tool for a detective of the Citizens Militia. Now all that remains is to name the case.
No, actually. Any ideas? Great. That's great. That's actually what I was thinking too. The Hanged Man. Good, strong name. We have a very good name for the case now. I'm going to start calling it the Hanged Man. It's good we sorted this out.
Yes, it appears you employ a, shall we say, robust yet literary system. Each investigation has its case number written on the margins. Yet, still more tellingly, most are accompanied by a name. A title, one might say even. One that draws inspiration from snoop fiction and vespertine cop show staples. Yes, all caps. One is called The Next World Mural. Another, The Square Bullet Hole Murders. Another yet, The Unsolvable Case. Others appear more light-hearted. The guys on a couch in an unexpected location, and the murder at the hookah parlor. Even the rare article-free collapsing tenement. Murder features prominently throughout. It's going to take an effort to piece these case files together, but it can be done. Once you're done inspecting them up close.
Huh? 2 complex cases to undertake is a lot, yes. You really have to push yourself. I would not suggest it, lest you start making mistakes.
Arson, petty theft, spousal abuse. Handwritten logs on dozens of investigations date back to January 51. Stamped case files, commit to paper. These are your last couple of months in Revachol, Precinct 41, Jamrock Quarter. You don't exactly close them, so much as distance yourself from the smelly papers. They're a little further from your nose now. In the back, you see thin, translucent copier paper. Some neon yellow, some bright red, all covered in boxes, like marching armies. These look like official forms, waiting to be filled out. Then rip them from the binder and hand them out, according to type of form. 3. The topmost are misconduct fines, the middle ones are station calls, and the bottommost are field autopsy forms. Each is easy enough to make sense of. You don't have to be an intellectual giant to do police work.
That's not true.
A dozen pages of thin copy paper, bright red in color. You see the parameters of a deceased human form, waiting to be filled in. Age, sex, condition of internal organs. The rest of the stinking cellulose is much worse for wear. Being sandwiched between the board and the rest of the paperwork must have spared the fragile copier paper. It's made of dark blue plastic, hard enough to beat someone to submission with. The edges are rounded, however. The U4 size board feels thick and heavy in your hand. Light shimmers on its wet surface. On the back, you see the embossed letters, RCM. Blue. The blue heart. Don't look into it. Something rattles inside, ever so lightly. Is there a hidden compartment? And something small inside, light, made of paper or cardboard, or dried flowers perhaps. The plastic shimmers like lapis lazuli, but it is not see-through. You cannot see to its center. With your hands, U4-sized pages hang from the clip screwed to the top of the board. It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage of papers hanging from the board, with the permeables drawer inside.
So let's go ask the manager again and see what happens.
Can I help you? Thanks. I hope you found what you were looking for. How strange. I certainly didn't put them there. The trash collection service? CS Municipal. I don't see why they would put anything in the trash, though.
Ah, the elusive CS Municipal. I doubt we'll be able to track down who was sent here last and when. This will have to be one of those little threats that solves itself down the road. Thank you anyway.
Sylvie had the keys before I got here, and I can vouch for her. I can vouch for all my staff. None of us would tamper with the crime scene.
Okay.
I think fugue states are more your forte, officer.
Fair enough.
Yes?
I did unlock another room. Let's check that room and see what's going on there. We are investigating a murder, and then as you can see, there is a corpse that's just hanging out. And we kind of forgot everything who we was. And on top of that, we are a police officer. We lost our badge and we lost our gun, and we are trying to find ourselves and what's going on.
There he
Pretty
still
much.
is, looking right through you with his white eyes.
So that's the victim over there.
Be still, my beating heart. It's amphetamine, sweet amphetamine. The lieutenant isn't studying the powder in the mirror. He's studying you.
Perhaps not. This is below our pay grade, detective. However, see that ladder there? It's probably another way into the industrial harbor, no? A secret path the local kids use.
Alright, let's see what happening. Dino dance, dance. That emote is awesome. I usually use it when I speak to other people in the chat. Thank you. Will do. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do now. I'm kind of missing something. I think.
Yes?
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge.
All right. Ready? I turn, you press start. It's next to the preheater.
The dashboard lights up with orange glow. The rounds per minute gauge jumps, and the engine of the Caprice Canadian comes to life with a whiny growl. Like a leopard waking from its sleep, yawning and roaring at the same time. The lights unfold with a little click, casting electrical light onto the ground before the vehicle.
There you go. I'll turn them off from the remote once you're done. We just need to stand in front of the machine now.
As you hold your ledger's clip under the headlamp, an iridescent hologram appears. A street grid and the veins of a great river. A familiar sensation washes over you.
There she is. Revachol West.
Around the borders of the watermark are dozens, no, hundreds of micro-perforations. The rectangular watermark is overlaid with the logo of the RCM, and yet the major arteries of Revachol are all recognizable. They shimmer in the Kanema's headlights.
Let me see. Right here. No, it does not.
There are many of them, and they are divided into 3 separate rows. The first row has 18 dots. The next is the longest. It runs all the way around the border, and then some. There are so many, it's hard to count. More than 150, at least, maybe even 200. The last row has 3 perforations. That's it.
Those are perforations. They represent your record as an officer of the RCM. They are your statistics, as it were. I should have guessed you'd keep a record. Officers often do. Let's take a look. The first row represents your years of service. 18 years. Okay, not bad at all. What did you do before you volunteered? No shame in working a regular job, detective. Sometimes after a long day of doing this, I even envy it. Let's move on, shall we? This next row, the one that wraps all the way around, is your number of closed cases. Closed is good. It means finished. You've got, let's see... Wow, more than 200! It's quite a lot, even for someone who's been on the force for nearly 2 decades. Usually, clearing more than 10 cases a year puts you in the 90th percentile of all RCM officers. Right. Those are your confirmed kills. You've got precisely 3 perforations there. For an RCM officer, especially Precinct 41, which is in the Jamrock quarter, it's rather tame. I mean that in a good way. There are certain officers who treat their kills like some kind of ghoulish game. If they do happen to solve a case, it's usually by accident. But it seems as though you are, or at least were, one of the good ones. So we have that to be thankful for. Yes. Everyone has their own method of coping. Some more effective or self-destructive than others. Personally, I find it helps to keep up a few hobbies. Oh, this and that. Let's not get into it now. Anything's better than annihilating yourself with drugs and alcohol.
It's meant in earnest. Please don't mistake it for a jab. The lieutenant nods.
Right. I'll go turn off the lights.
You can now see your statistics on your journal page, to the right of the task description.
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage of papers hanging from the board, with the permeables drawer inside. The acidic stench of rotting food is rubbed off on the cellulose. It now forms the base of the experience. This base surrounded by a faint air of spoiled meat, the stuff of death itself, and then sprinkled liberally with the citrus zest of toilet cleaner. You know, like the bits they put into public piss bowls, probably called Fermi Discrete, or Axel, or something. At some point in its journey, the ledger has seen the inside of a public toilet. Remember when I said the smell of the upstairs bathroom was so rank they should have sent a poet to describe it?
What?
Why, yes it is, among many other things. This cleaning tablet is used by the whirling in rags. Perhaps that's where the ledger was dropped in the toilet, by you. The lieutenant observes you, raising and lowering the toilet waterlogged mass under your nose, trying to get a good whiff. A good, analytical whiff.
Excuse me, I just have to ask again. How did it get in the trash? Okay, good. But why? I'm sad to hear that. In any case, we are lucky you found it. Make sure it's all in there. Official notes are... well, they are dangerous. They contain confidentialities. Now, if you'll excuse me, that thing has filled me with the sudden urge to make sure mine is in perfect order.
Do you want him? Oh yeah, I have to inflict the corpse. Can I even do that? Quick save.
There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. The body below is entirely dedicated to that corpse smell. Emitting it is all it does now. The smell is repulsive. It pushes in from your mouth, more instant and more familiar than anything you'd expected. More fever than odor. It fills your mind, flushing you from within.
Okay, can I work with the corpse now?
You feel a great force wringing from your stomach. Your body curls and pushes it out, burst by burst, until a pool of vomit lies under your feet and your throat stings from the stomach acid. The smell of Commodore Red rises from the pool. Among it, distilled spirit and bits of shish kebab.
It's okay. Happens to everyone. Keep it. The hangover is clearly making these worse for you. You could use some ammonia to clear your head. There is Frit nearby, east of the hostel. They usually have a small apothecary. If they don't... There's a greenhouse here, and a gardener with a wheelbarrow on the corner of the whirling in rags. If she works here, she might have something for the smell.
Acquiring ammonia will provide a modifier to the white check. Modifiers make checks easier and allow you to retry them.
Hmm.
There he still is, looking right through you with...
Okay, I think I have to get ammonia in order to get past that. Or something. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do. Hmm.
Yes?
You see a Samaran street vendor surrounded by a motley assemblage of goods. When he realizes you're looking at him, his face breaks into a wide, welcoming grin. The name Sileng is embroidered over his breast pocket.
Happy shopping, officer! Everything's cool here. Everything's cool. The goods are cool, the customers are cool, the place is cool. And one more thing, officer, you're very cool. Bang, 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 bang! You're right, officer. 100%. No playing around then. Strictly business. Maybe I can interest you in some premium menswear instead. Only the coolest goods in Revachol. I've got sneakers, speakers, extremely comfy pants too. Try them on right here. No shame, only freedom. Anything for you.
The boomboxes on the shelf look well loved and well traveled. Chipped, dented, they stare at you with the unblinking eyes of their tape reels. One especially catches your eye. Deep gold and amber plastic with a big old handle on top. A classic boombox that says Stereo 8 approved. This is you. Golden orange. A sunset suite. Just make sure it works before you buy it.
It says I have to go get ammonia. How do I get that? I kind of pissed out when he's told me the location.
Hello, sir. Step right in. The store is open. Are you interested in a new and exciting book?
Yeah, that looks like a bookstore. Gardener or Ferret stone will make it easier.
A sturdy metal door guards the southwest entrance to the apartment building.
Asset-wise, the game does look pretty good. I like the artistic aspect it has.
The RCM in Martinez. What can I help you with? We don't see a lot of police around here, that's all.
The place looks the part. There's graffiti everywhere, and the traffic jam behind you is completely unregulated.
Of course. What can I help you with? Sure, I'm done with it. Go easy on that stuff. It gave me a terrible headache. Of course. Where to? No problem. Of course.
Her gloves. You get the feeling that you need them. You have a dead body to deal with after all.
Sure. Keep them. Hello again, officer. Excuse me?
She's uncomfortable. Maybe you should drop this line of questioning. She shifts in her seat awkwardly.
Alright, let's go, corpse. We are gonna corpse it.
There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. The body below is entirely dedicated to that corpse smell. Emitting it is all it does now.
I don't think I can still win. Fuck.
A simple little cadence. He seems to be making it up as he goes.
Is that the shop? Let's see if that's the shop or not. Kinda looks like it.
Welcome to Frit. Feel free to look around or something.
What's that magazine she's reading?
You mean this? This is Pop Stars. It's got, like, famous people in it. It's not for sale.
Looks like it also has something called Police de la Mode, featured on page 34. This speaks to you.
It's where they rate different outfits famous people wear. It's kind of funny. They're kind of mean. It's about who's the most stylish. No. I don't like it. I hate it.
We are not the fashion police.
Okay. I don't really know anything. I mean, I know it's there, but I haven't seen it, so not really. No. I didn't know him at all. Uh-huh. I don't really know anything. Uh-huh.
Alright.
A colorful display of cigarettes and alcohol bottles line the shop wall, inviting you closer. The bottles wink at you in the light. The smokes too glitter in their wrapping. It's like looking into a kind of heaven. Your knees are weak. There, in that dark green glass, all in vain. The great flowing river of warmth, wine, alcohol, beer, alcohol, love, alcohol.
Oh my god. I don't know why this game wants my main character to be addicted to one of these things. I wanna try the co-ops. If it didn't work, I'm just gonna go get my tea.
There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. The body below is entirely dedicated to that corpse smell. Emitting it is all it does now. The ammonia only makes it worse. The combination forces tears out of your ducts. You manage to keep it in once. The second time, not so much.
Nice.
When the vomiting is done, your cheeks are wet with tears.
Ah. Rip.
Are you okay, officer?
The weight is reassuring, like a crenel on solid fortification. Pat, pat, pat.
You're facing tough odds here. It's aggravated further by alcohol withdrawal. I've seen captains puke their guts out. It never gets easier. You never get used to the smell. Every Monday is cadaver day. Throw up, investigate. Throw up, initial autopsy. Throw up, bag it. Then drive to the station. Maybe throw up on the way there if you didn't bag the thing tight enough. I think I've lost my sense of smell. Not being hungover helps too. No. This is a two-man assignment because it needs 2 officers to complete. I need your help. You need to get your shit together. We should go talk to the locals. Find something else to do while the wind changes. It's pretty bad right now.
You've gained a thought. When this dialogue is over, go to your thought cabinet and internalize it for special bonuses and effects.
Give it half an hour. Get yourself together. Then come back and have another go.
Put skill points into endurance. Okay, I see.
Active decay. It's okay to throw up, officer. No one is judging.
He's about to blow! Cop's gonna blow, Kuno!
You keep on complete volumetric shit. Compressor. Thought. What is that? Alright, I'm gonna go get tea, and then we can figure this out once I am back. You got me? you. I'm gonna hop off and then do some videos, and I will come back tomorrow or whenever I feel like I get my energy back. So thanks for dropping by, and I will see you guys later. Bye bye.